Welcome to the gunchannels.com lobby chat.
Just left him cold and alone.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'm trying to get it posted over there. My Google was,
Being stupid.
yeah.
That wouldn't be Google. Come on now, man.
Well, it's my Chrome, actually.
Yeah, did you know they're, well, I'm sure you guys know by now, they're discontinuing this application.
What up?
Yeah.
Long time no see.
Oh, well, right there. The YouTube app will no longer work after April 25th, 2017. That's what it is.
It says Google Effects app will no longer work after April 25th, 2017.
Oh.
On mine, anyway.
Damn. Yeah. It was good to talk to you guys again, though, for sure. I haven't been on here much, just been busy.
It happens, brother.
Oh, yeah. It does. It's okay, because in the first 2 weeks, I got more than half my semester's work done, so I was fine with that.
Right on.
I'm working on CAD, SolidWorks, and shit. Actually getting certified now. Yay, CAD!
How long is this course? Did you say it was like 8 months?
Oh, 2 years.
2 years?
Well, machining, advanced machining, CNC. I can link you to the program, like, if you want to see all the shit.
We got a CNC, we got a machining, advanced machining program at my school.
Nice. Yep, I'm gonna become the next Fine Ape.
Right on, right on. I will be right back, though.
Did me? Not with Pink. He's got all the cool toys, and I'm jealous. There we go.
Did the Pink Panther actually have a gun in the movie?
Yeah. And one of them he does.
Because I don't remember him having one in the first movie.
You mean
No.
the one with Jacques Cousteau?
Oh, yeah. Talking
Yeah.
about me now. I know I'm famous and shit, man, but
I actually like the Pink Panther. That's like one of the best movie series ever.
I really like the old ones. But I gotta say, the Steve Martin ones are really fucking good, too.
No. I'm staying.
You're
saying nothing because you got muted.
Did you
Nice.
see the
I'm
video
going
that
to.
Ian put out from Forgotten Weapons?
I am going to throw my microphone out the window. What about Ian?
Do you see that latest Forgotten Weapons video
What
with
was it
the
about?
number one Mark III?
I heard about
Oh, where it was a civilian one?
No, I'm talking about the grenade launching SLM.
Oh, the 2.5-inch grenade cup that they made in.
it. It's cool. I bet you I'll see one of those at the gun show, actually. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was going to say, did it look familiar?
And that bleed off system is really cool too. It's really simple. I see where they like that from a manufacturing standpoint.
Oh yeah. Ah.
Knurling ain't that hard either. So
It can be. Yeah,
not if it's just
usually
rolling.
really simple.
Not if it's just rolling the steel. It isn't.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that one. Unless you've ever like had to actually machine something and plan it out pre-machining.
Well, my dad's a machinist, and he said it isn't that hard.
No, the knurling part itself is not. It's the, I guess you say the planning on when to knurl and at what point in the machining process to do it.
Is it like weaken the metal or something?
I'll think of it. You're running a immovable object into a rotating sphere, essentially. So, like, you press too hard, gets out of concentricity. Yeah, not very good. I saw one guy snap the project that you had to knurl, though. That was hilarious.
Did you guys see that new video on InRange TV about the effectiveness of a pistol grip shotgun? It's like 34 minutes long. It's really interesting. Are you?
Mic working? Yes. Funny you would ask.
What was that?
So is my microphone working? Yes. Funny you would ask. What you put up there, Pink?
Does anyone watch InRange TV?
Yeah. Every now and then.
Man, I really wish I could do one of those two-gun action challenge matches. I think that'd be so fun.
Oh, go down to Arizona. Try
I don't live in Tucson, though.
You can do one. They're all over, like in the middle.
I literally checked. The only competitions around here are those crazy USPSA ones where there's regulation after regulation after regulation after.
Well, just, I don't know, get some buddies and go find some farmer's land and set up steel targets. Do what you do.
And I got a friend that's got a backyard you could shoot a rifle in, but his backyard, the only parts you can really inhabit are only like 75 yards long.
Well, shit, that's better than nothing.
Yeah, it is, but you can't just drive in his driveway and take out your rifle and walk into his backyard whenever you want to. I wish I could, though.
Well, you could, but you know. Who the
Yeah,
hell
well,
shoots?
and all of a sudden he wakes up in the middle of the morning and you see this guy in his backyard shooting with a whole bunch of steel targets that weren't there before. I mean, he'd probably be okay with it. He'd be like, let me shoot some of those targets and let me shoot some of your ammo, but it's not a smart thing to walk into someone else's yard with a firearm and just start shooting in their yard.
No, I do it all the time. I have no trouble. I mean, but over here, we're super nice in Minnesota, if you haven't heard.
Minnesota?
Minnesota, don't you know?
Eh? Minnesota?
Do you
You all
really
play
want me to
hockey
talk
over there?
like that?
Do you all play hockey in Minnesota?
Well, you know, only when it gets into cold season, yeah, then go out on the ice where the ice checks are.
I heard
That
that
is
there's
perfect.
really good
That was
hockey rings out
perfect.
there in Minnesota.
Dude, my neighbor talks like that. It's hilarious. He's like they also go and he's like, oh yeah, them down there on the ice. You know, we're shooting in the backwoods. Oh, jeez, what a rocket.
I have an Armenian neighbor.
Oh, dude, bro. Does he talk like this, dude? He's like, dude, System of a Down, the best band ever.
I have an Armenian neighbor.
Ask him
Was
about
that
System of a Down.
joke?
You can't hear what he's saying half the time, but you just assume that he's talking about his goats.
I mean, it's a romantic relationship.
Durka. And I don't know what it is with goats and people having affairs with them.
Well, I'm sure they think, what's up with these people actually being with women? I mean,
I cannot believe you guys. This girl does not talk back to me or anything.
Those black
Just
outfits they
look
wear are
no
probably too
love.
hard to take off.
Just look into his eyes.
His sideways eyes.
You will understand why I love my goat.
I cannot see eye to eye with him because his eyes are sideways.
Why does this remind me of Don't Mess with the Zohan?
Oh, that movie was fucking hilarious, actually.
Yeah, but
I thought it would suck. Quick, throw the bomb! Just a bunch of Neosporin.
Uh,
Have you guys, I'm just assuming everybody in here has seen Boondock Saints 1.
are you just assuming?
Yeah, that's what I do,
I
man.
have never seen it because I don't watch movies all that often.
well, okay. Well, then this is for everybody but you. Then
All right. Shoot.
So, Pink, G-Webs, or Heavy, have you guys seen the Boondock Saints?
I own both of them.
Yep, I have.
What is it about?
The
Enlighten
Boondock
me.
Saints.
Two Irish brothers and their buddy Rocco.
In the south side of Boston.
Yep.
The Southies.
So it's like
Yeah. It's. I actually am just going to link you a video because I'm not even going to try and describe it.
It's awesomeness.
I completely forgot half the scenes in that movie yesterday. Like, I was watching it, and the part where they're going into the titty bar, and they put on the ski masks, and Rocco like puts on a sock that he cut holes in, and they turn around and start laughing. It's like, what's so funny? You look like fucking mush mouth. It's like, no, I'm trying to be professional, but no, just can't have that.
No, leave it on. It makes you look scary.
Yeah,
Oh,
leave it on, Rocco. You look fucking scary.
Yeah, that's a fucking hilarious movie.
Still waiting on the third one. Cough.
That'll probably
I'm
never
still.
happen.
It's gonna be Half-Life 3. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard, but that's the running joke for like. ever.
No, the Half-Life 3 is gonna come out in like 5-6 years when there's VR. That's the next greatest thing.
We won't entertain that.
I'm pretty sure Half-Life 3 is gonna come out when there's VR. Look.
There's VR now.
Look, all right, let me explain it from a practical standpoint. No joking, okay? Okay, so each version of Half-Life has been a monumental improvement. Half-Life and Lord Gaben have set the standards of what it means. for
Father
gaming.
Gaben.
Okay, so when you think about it, Half-Life 1 showed that using a very in-depth storyline makes a world of difference for the video game, okay? Because you can argue that it was a good first-person shooter, but I honestly think that falls
Oh, that's
into
bullshit.
the category of Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein was
plenty.
the first one that took off and that set off the genre, okay? Half-Life 2, and obviously you have your satellite games like Day of Defeat and Counter-Strike that are your money makers, okay? You know, they just generate revenue on the side. You know, you don't update those frequently. Half-Life 2 showed that better graphics and a better user interface can add another layer of depth to the video game. And I believe that the future of video gaming is going to go to virtual reality. And that's what I think Half-Life 3 is going to be. Because when you think about it, technology is always expensive when it first reality will be more accessible, and so just like smartphones, you can get an off-brand smartphone for like $70 nowadays. And when it goes down, I honestly believe that Steam is going to come out with their own virtual reality headset, and that is going to be what Half-Life 3 is based on. Honestly, that's my opinion.
We'll see about that because it's a very niche market in reality.
I
just being
believe
honest
that
with
the
you.
hardcore Half-Life 3 fans, believe me, in 5 years, virtual reality will be $70 for a very good headset that does the job. I firmly believe that virtual reality is the future of gaming. And I'm not some nerd, although I am. I'm just speculating, but I'm going off of what I've seen in the future and making an opinion off of that.
Yeah, I thought the same thing back in like I don't know, maybe let's see. I think it
The
was
Virtual Boy.
80s when Virtual Boy came out. Yeah,
Then everybody
Well,
started getting seizures.
that-
'cause it was
even
I
though
think
it-
it's more of a fad that comes and goes.
Until they come out with
fine to
true
say
VR, like
Look,
a holodeck.
Look, the 80s was more of a proof of concept, even though that I've tried afterwards and you feel like you're tripping out. It was a proof of concept, and not when it's fully refined and a fully, functional system. You're proof of concepts and market for it and get people on
Well, they
board.
fully refined putting a man on the moon in 7 years, so I like virtual reality hasn't done it by now. I don't know.
Because there hasn't been a market for it. People have been going on to other things. Now there's that Oculus Rift, but that's only reserved for rich people that want.
No,
that-
that's reserved for people that actually really want VR. It doesn't mean you have to be rich, because anybody can buy one if you have a steady job and budget.
I can't because rich. But
Well, do you have a
anyways,
steady job and budget, or no?
no.
No.
Well, there's your answer.
I've been having military surplus collection for ammo and gun parts because I don't have a job, but I do get my license soon. Anyways, virtual reality. Say what you want, but watch. Say it won't, because I don't know. I can't keep elaborating anymore. I'm right. You'll see.
Well, you've got your version, and we've got history. So, hey. But that's okay. I think the only way VR actually becomes like so popular, everybody does it, is when it that's if they were able to come up with the concept of a fucking holodeck like they do on fucking Star Trek The Next Generation, which is not probably going to happen. So just saying. Keep that in mind.
Okay. I guess it's enough of that.
A lot of people get motion sickness from them. A lot of people they tell you not to use
motion
it for more
sickness from
than
a
45
computer?
minutes. No, from the VR headsets, dude.
You could get motion screen easy.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Susceptible
There's
to
a
that
really
enough.
good documentary on virtual reality. It's called Surrogates. Like you should check that documentary out. It's pretty
Is it
good.
on YouTube?
Yeah, I heard that was a factual movie.
Is it on YouTube or something?
I know it's on Netflix, or cable and stuff. Like it's around. You could probably find it on YouTube. I think Bruce
It's
Willis is
called
the
Surrogates?
host of it. Yeah, like Bruce Willis is the host, and it's hosted by Bruce Willis. It's called Surrogates.
What?
It's all about virtual reality and it shows all the downfalls.
Is it like a full, or is it more of like a movie?
Oh no, it's a straight up
Factual
documentary.
Okay.
It's 100% factual. Like, this shit happened.
I don't know. I'll have to check it out. Do my research.
There you go.
It's Bob.
Bob. Who's Bob?
Bob.
Oh man, who's that
Is
guy
Bob in
who
the
wielding
lobby?
pistols? Is that Bob?
Yeah, they modeled this guy after Bob, don't you know?
Don't you know? Maybe he
Fucking-
has. Maybe that M9 in his left hand is a military surplus one. Maybe he
That's-
infiltrated the market.
That's a rig everybody should have, right there, Pro Steel.
Oh man,
I mean,
my,
it's-
EDC rig.
Options. If you need a revolver, you need a revolver. If you need a semi-auto on you, I think it's completely practical, and I think everyone should own one. Why not, right?
I find it funny that they're all just these plain ass holsters that are only friction retention.
As if it's almost like if Universal made Kydex holsters.
Boondock Saints special.
Boondock Saints special.
Uh,
There you go.
When did part 3 come out? They were the firefight.
yeah, that squirrel reminds me of what happens in Chicago every day. That squirrel is the spokesperson for everyone that lives in Southside Chicago.
He's just taking New York Reload to another level. That's all it is.
Yeah,
What
exactly.
was that? What was that?
He said he's just taking New York Reload to another level.
What does that mean?
Drop the empty gun, grab another one.
Never heard that.
Actually, I don't know. I was just messing with you.
That's awesome.
I was just
Okay,
thinking.
I
if
buy
the
that.
movie was
I-
based-
that's- Like that makes total sense to me. I buy that. Like fuck the New York Reload. All right, Boston Reload. Okay.
See, the sad thing about
the gold-plated Kimbers. Why? Why the fuck would anybody do that?
why would anyone gold plate a Desert Eagle? I think that's a more important question.
Do you imagine being a soldier back then? That
Back
would
when?
suck. I don't know if you can see the picture. It's kind of a Civil War.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Didn't Josie Wells do that too?
well, when you're working,
He had 2 6 guns on his side, and then he had 2 in shoulder rigs. I think he might even had one in his belt.
only if he doesn't get shot first, then the next guy will raid his body.
Well, you know, it's a chance you got to take.
That guy's like one of the first badass Rambos out there. Rambo, the original version.
One in his belt.
Yeah. How do you, man? That's got to be so clunky. How do you even walk like that without sounding like the Tin Man?
Just metal hitting up against leather. It's just a thud noise.
Never mind. How many pounds do you think that?
Josie Wells.
What did he use? They weren't dragoons,
Damn.
were they? Were they Patterson?
I think he had. You know, honestly, I don't know.
Wait, let me see the picture again.
I think those are dragoons.
Do those have the little reloading levers that went back so you could? Those are the levers where you put the powder in there and then you put the ball in there and then the
Yeah,
lever
that
helps
was
push the ball in, right?
Patterson, wasn't it?
If it's got the lever that helps push the ball down in the cylinder, then I think that may But why is there a
Those are
forward
Colt
grip on it?
Walkers. Those
No,
are
wait.
Walkers.
Never mind.
There you
Those
go.
aren't
Thank
forward.
you.
I was just looking
Those
at the
are what?
picture wrong.
Those are walkers?
Those are Colt Walkers.
Huh. I wouldn't know. I don't know that much about black powder revolvers. You asked me about center fire rifles, though, and I could probably tell you.
Now, does that doesn't have the octagonal barrel, does it? He didn't have octagonal barrels.
I think they were round. If they were octagonal, I would have probably
You
mentioned
tell the Colt Walker because of the large mass of steel in front of the cylinder.
The Dragoon had that too.
The Dragoon looks a lot like it's not the
Are you
same.
sure? Are you sure it's not just an 1871?
And the Walker was a cartridge case, right?
Maybe. Not.
Oh, no, that's
No, I
just-
think it was black powder.
I wouldn't know. I can't make assumptions.
Oh, they had cartridge case. They had cases, cartridges that used black powder too.
Yeah, the Josie Wells took place during the time of the Civil War, so they all would have been black
I would
powder.
have been
Yeah, well, they're. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Is these
a needle fire
the
rifle.
powder is what they use to ignite it. So you're thinking it would be ball and cap, is what you're saying, or cap and ball, however you want to say it.
I think at that time they did have the nipples where you could put the cap on there because
That's
watching a
cap and ball.
documentary. I
That's cap
remember
and ball.
watching a documentary
That
on the
is
Civil
called
War.
cap and ball.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. But they said the easiest way to figure out if you're at a Civil War site when you're metal, if you find those little brass caps, basically, all over the place. So, yeah, that's very, very probable.
Yeah, this Dragoon has firing nipples on it, on the cylinder.
So it's probably Civil War. It's like I said, the Europeans, they had cartridges, but they weren't the metallic cartridges you think of today. They had Dreyse needle rifles at that time, which were paper cartridges.
Hey, Prosty, why don't you just IMFDB it?
That's too easy, man. Come on. What do you think I am,
Sure.
Flippy?
Yeah.
Well, I know you did not.
Home solving experience.
Well, if you're gonna ask me a dumb question,
goddamn panda, sir.
if you're gonna ask me a stupid question, I'm gonna give you a stupid answer.
You can play at that game.
You got to put a little bit of thought into it because
Don't forget, I know your true history, Big Red.
Whoa, do we have blackmail going on here?
He's trying to.
I still think it's pretty awesome that you can buy a black powder pistol when you're 18. Well, not black powder cartridge pistol, but black powder muzzle loader. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can buy ball, cap and ball, muzzleloaders, things like that, because they're not considered firearms.
But they do pack a punch if you know how to use them. I wonder if you know, in the Civil War, they had the Minet ball. You know what I'm talking about, right? When they stopped using cast lead ball bullets.
Yeah, we got you. I'm muted.
I wonder if there was a way to rifle one of those black powder pistol barrels and load a Minet ball in the cylinder.
I don't
why
think
not?
they want to do it because the increased drag in the barrel would create extreme pressures that it would not be built to handle.
Well,
That's my theory, but I don't know shit.
because then it's more like a regular pistol because you got increased aerodynamics and ball unpredictable for the most part.
Dude, this guy, damn, I forgot how boss Josie
Once
was.
you get on that.
like is 4 brace of pistols. Or a brace of 4 pistols. That's crazy.
I think that'd be a good idea though, but there wouldn't be much of a market for it.
I
Someone
bet
should
you
get
a
on
lot of the old timers, not even old timers, just like anybody who watched that movie would buy that shit real quick.
What shit?
I thought you were talking about this rig he has. Never mind.
No, I was talking about making a smaller, downsized Manet ball for a black powder pistol. Man, I really want to get someone to do that now.
Just think, how much weight do you think this whole rig is right here? What would you guess, Heavy?
Let's see, the leather and the 4
That's a
handguns.
thick ass belt.
Yeah, no doubt. I want to say, including the firearms.
He's got a belt under his utility belt though, too.
Well, that's his normal belt in the background. This is his holster belt.
Yeah, but you got to still factor that in because you
No, I'm
need a
talking
regular.
about his rig, not his normal belt.
Oh, I see.
It's separate. See, with the guns and everything. Let's see.
35, 32, maybe.
Oh,
I'd say
God.
20 to 25.
Yeah, that's about what I'm thinking. God. And to think you could just carry an AR and a Glock and still be lighter off.
And have more firepower.
You think though, you know, wearing a level 3 or level 2 vest, it's more compact, but you got to think about the bulk too, because you know weight is one thing, but when it's spread out, you have decreased mobility.
Yeah, that's true, but I'll take it. I chose to take the armor over the mobility. I don't really care.
Yep.
This is back when men were motherfucking men. Come on, look at that, man.
Yeah. Well, men are still men now, but there's a lot of snowflakes.
I love that term.
Well, they say that because, they say each person is special and you got to be accepting of people and whatnot, which I'm fine with, but
Unless
a
they
lot
walk
of
into a
things-
bathroom and think that they're a woman, and then
That's,
boom, poof, they're a woman.
yeah.
no, I don't
Well,
think
yeah,
so.
because they have that whole gender fluid thing throughout the day.
Maybe in their world, but not in mine.
I would walk into a women's bathroom and say that I'm gender fluid and try that out and say, oh no, equality and rights, and I'm a part of the LGBT community, and I'll just use that excuse. I'm pretty sure it would go well. Not really.
That right there is a cool rifle.
What
Oh,
is?
yeah.
One of those, original, in good condition, is worth so much money. It's
You talking about? That is the Sharps, isn't it?
I don't know. You're the guy who said you could name any rifle. Tell me.
I just
He said
guessed.
centerfire.
I'm doing something else in the background. No, I think those were a tube-fed magazine, and they reloaded through the stock. I'm pretty sure that's a Sharps rifle. Those are worth like $30,000 nowadays. Dude, those are crazy.
Yeah.
I recently seen one of
So
those
what is
sell in
it?
Rock Island auction house for like $32,000. Granted, it was like a limited serial number, something special, but still, that's crazy.
Yeah, this right here is a 1863. Yeah.
Dude, they only made like 4,000 of them. Swear to God, those things are rare.
Well,
And
this
everyone
one's
that
rare.
has it. And
Yeah, this one's even rarer. These quote sniper variants.
dude, I wouldn't even want to shoot it if I had it because I wouldn't trust the modern day black powders.
Yeah, that's why you use what is it called? It's donut shaped powder. I can never remember what the hell it's called.
There's ball powder,
Trail
there's
Boss.
thick powder, there's
No, I used Trail Boss. It was
Trail
formulated
Boss,
specifically for these old school
and
pretty much
it's
black
and
powder
it's
cartridges.
not overpowered.
Well, anything can be overpowered. You put too much black
Well,
powder.
yeah, but I'm just saying
It's gonna destroy it.
it's specially formulated for older guns. Like that's
What I
its target
understand,
audience.
it's pretty much to replicate black powder.
Dude, if I would want any old rifle, I would totally choose a Krag Jorgensen rifle. Those are badass. You load them from the side door. Sergeant Schultz carried a Krag Jorgensen.
Sergeant Schultz,
Yeah.
company
Look,
company heroes from Hogan's Heroes.
yeah, because I'm like old military surplus firearms, and I looked at one day and I saw, and I always wonder why there would be a big metallic block side of his rifle. And I looked one day, and I just got done finished. No joke, I just got done finished watching Ian on Forgotten Weapons, and I was just first introduced to the Krag Jorgensen rifle, and I looked, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that is a Krag Jorgensen. Because I always just assumed that it was some knockoff K98 that they fabricated in a studio and it didn't actually work.
That right there is the money.
But I guess, a Gatling gun. You can actually own one of those without an ATF $200 tax stamp because it's one shot per every pull of the trigger. But good luck getting one for a decent price.
Oh my god, they're unbelievably expensive.
You know how heavy those are too? And how are you
Yeah.
going to this? Like in your
Put
living
it
room?
on.
If,
Put
if
it
you
on
got a
wheels,
basement,
move it around.
if you got a basement,
Wheel
the
it
best way, if you got a basement, the best way to get it down there without taking it down your stairs, it's to just put it in the center of your living room. I wouldn't want to be responsible for something that precisely machined and that old and
It's just the age on them.
too many moving parts. I would feel like
No.
I'd break it if I touched it.
Oh no, there's not near as many as you think.
Yeah, but those old springs and those old,
Springs can be replaced.
it's
not
just
the spring.
old, man.
Yeah, it's old.
There's not a lot of aftermarket support for things like that, I think.
Well, if you're a machinist, doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, but that's got to be special, not cheap. But if you have the money to buy it in the first place, you know,
I was
money
trying
ain't
to-
a thing for you.
Christ, I thought that was an 8-barrel, and then I started looking at it like, no, it's 10.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 barrel.
Yeah, I'm used to seeing 8 barrels. I was like, what? The
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10. Have you heard of a machine gun called the pickle gun? I believe it's called.
I've only heard of it. I don't know what the hell it is.
Are you talking about a pickle
Those
gun?
are really
Or the
fascinating.
potato gun.
Fascinating too.
The potato
Oh my
digger.
gosh.
No.
It's not the potato digger. That was a machine gun. The
This.
called, but it was like one of the first machine guns that really revolutionized what it meant to be a machine gun.
Oh, holy shit, there is.
I'll look it up real quick. Oh yeah, that's what it is right there.
It looks like a predecessor to a Mark 19. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's a grenade launcher, essentially.
These huge ass.
They're really fascinating. I think it's like look up what caliber those shoot. I'm not entirely sure what they shoot. Puckle gun. There we go. Apparently I want pickles or something. I'm sure it would say easily on Wikipedia.
It would, but I do not.
Puckle defense gun.
That's crazy. I bet that's for a mod.
I'm pretty sure that when up for sale right now. Since
thing
it's
From 1718, that's crazy. 32 mil. Well,
32. I knew it
One
was
and a
some
quarter.
proprietary caliber, but I didn't want to get it wrong.
Oh god, this is actually a real one. I thought that was a painting.
It's sold at the Rock Island Auction House already because their regional January auction ended, obviously because it's not January anymore. So it either sold or did not meet. Look that up if you're
What the hell? There's two variants of this thing. One, quote, one intended for use against Christian enemies, fired conventional round bullets, while the second one, designed for the Muslim Turks, fired square bullets. Living over in that hot sand, they got to be killed with squares.
Yeah. Yes, man. It's unconventional, but Allahu Akbar.
Aloha snack bar, baby.
Allahu Akbar.
I like Aloha Snack Bar better.
So, bombs to dogs during World War II, and when the dogs were in training, they would hide food. The dog would associate the tank with food, and they'd starve the dog. So the whole premise was they put a remotely bomb on the dog, and the dog would see the German tank, so it would run towards it, thinking that there was food in there, during a battle. And then when the dog got close to the German tank, they'd detonate the bomb. And so anyways, like half of them ran towards the Russian tanks and half of them retreated and half of them blew up Russians. Anyways, so I always like to make the joke that the Arabs strap bombs to detonate things.
Yeah, that'd be a lot funnier if your mic didn't cut you out every time.
I guess. Dude, my microphone sucks, and I spent like $130 on it.
Just buy Turtle Beaches. Just buy like the $60 Turtle
I
Beaches.
do have Turtle Beaches. I have X60s.
I said the $60 Turtle Beaches. They last forever.
Dude, I have I got the box right here.
I'm sure I know exactly
$120.
what you're going to tell me. Trust me.
I have Air Force X12s.
That's great. I have a set of PX12s that have lasted for 7 years, and I've broken all the connecting points on them.
Dude, these suck, man. They just keep cutting out. I don't know why. I hope you got the gist of the story, though.
Yeah. Dead Horse, you still alive over there?
Yeah, I'm trying to research vertical grips. What up?
What did you ask me earlier? I'm
That's an
sorry.
ATF regulated item.
No, it's not. But
Not yet.
Because
Yeah,
vertical
I-
grips are extremely dangerous, and regular rifle tang style grips are completely fine. It's just in the nature of the grip. It's more dangerous because you can kill more people with it.
like what I was going to ask you earlier is what vertical grip with a plate, like an integral place for a pressure pad, would you recommend? Like I'm looking at the Tango Down ones because that's like what like a lot of our military guys use, right?
The best way to do it is to wire up your own, from what I heard with electrical tape.
No. But I'm looking at the Tango Down ones and they're like $70, but it's what our military's using. But I wanted to see if you had any other options that you are aware of.
You can buy really good quality pressure pads and just tape it to any regular vertical $10 vertical grip and call it a day.
Honestly, the only thing I would tell you is, like, I know of the, who was it, Surefire?
Surefire lights.
And
Do they come attached with a pressure pad?
Sig makes one? Hold on, dude. I'm like, let me finish, please.
All right.
Sig makes one as well, but those are not cheap. The Tango Down, I've heard nothing but good about. And it's funny you'd mentioned military guys using them, because I know a lot of the guys that were in the military, and they've told me that they really do like those.
So I know that they actually use the Tango Down one on like everything from M4s to saws, right? So I figure like, man, if they're actually using that like on a fucking saw, like that's got to be like pretty good, you know? Like and it has the little cavity that'll hold the pressure switch and the little place to run the wire into and everything like built into it. Because like I know I can fucking electrical tape some shit on, but I'm not gonna hack something like that, and not on this gun. So like I want something legit. I'm building an end of the fucking world gun, not like an airsoft gun.
That's a good philosophy.
So the Tango Down one's the one I'm leaning towards, but it's like $70. But if you or anyone else knows of one that like they think's just as good, but at a more reasonable price, save me some money, like I'm all about it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be the guy to ask. Sorry, man. I'd say just go Tango Down from what I understand, but anybody else that is good with
Well, that's
vertical
what
grip,
I'm
fine.
leaning towards right now is this Tango Down one. Like that's because it's fucking military tested and improved, and I know it's like I said, if it's on a fucking saw, like if there's guys using them on saws, I know that they got to be half-ass decent.
You know what, Heavy? You're an operator. What vertical grip do you recommend?
I don't use vertical grips.
Oh, shots fired.
I think Heavy told me something like guys that use vertical grips like end up using them as butt plugs or something. Like I don't know.
That's similar to what I said. Close
Yeah.
enough.
Vertical grips offer a non-traditional way to hold a rifle. So when you're holding your M4 and you get used to a vertical grip, it's kind of hard to transition back to a regular tang and long rifle type grip.
I was just gonna say it's ribbed for their pleasure.
BGV MK40.
So it's not ribbed to give you more friction when you're holding it,
Oh, I
or
didn't,
that too.
I didn't
That's
disallow
exactly
that.
what he said, but
Well, when you're holding it in your hand when you're shooting the gun, not when you're getting
Well,
down to
it's
business
not
with it.
pleasurable and it's just sitting in my hand, man. Come on, man.
Well, you can fondle it in your hand a little bit.
I've been known to do that.
All right, I gotta go for the night.
Adios.
later.
Adios, amigo.
Ooh, you hear that? There's no S on the end. Suck
I
it.
know. He just said it to you.
That's all right. I feel special and shit now. Look, I'm making friends, man.
Or we could just assume that he's a white guy from Wisconsin, doesn't know how to speak Spanish.
Oh, I like my theory better.
Of course you do.
I need to feel special. Don't you take this away from me, Big Red.
Who are you talking to? Who's this Big Red you speak of?
I don't know. Who is he?
What are you asking me for? You're the one who said it. Jeez.
I know it's a good gum. Like, right? I used to like that shit.
I'm never, ever into the cinnamon shit, ever.
Well, I don't know. Making out with it is pretty good.
We used to like chew it while drinking vodka. When we'd have cheap vodka, that's what we used to do to flavor our vodka. Is basically get like cinnamon gum.
I
The
heard
cinnamon gum always worked the best. Like juicy fruit and shit never worked, or wintergreen never worked good with vodka. But the cinnamon gum actually like worked with the vodka. So that was like the cheap way we got like flavored vodka. You don't even want to know.
Always make out with a chick with stickers Big Red in your mouth. That way, you
Whoa,
keep coming
whoa,
back for
you
more.
euphemisms, man.
No, you're making.
I was gonna say, wait,
get
what?
your
I don't want
mind
to make
out
it
of the
no
gutter.
chick with Big Red in her mouth.
I said a stick of Big Red.
I used
as
to
in
know
the
a chick
gum.
and she stuck Big Red in her mouth all the time.
Now, whoever this Big Red is, he'd be happy, I'm sure.
God damn it. I'm sorry. That was just gold.
As soon as I said it, I was like, ah, fuck.
Son of a bitch. Yep. You got me looking at vertical grips and shit. Stop that.
Vertical grips.
Yeah, I found another Tango Down grip. That's like, it looks fucking identical in every way. And it's like military, like approved SOP mod all sorts of bullshit, and it's only like $46, but it has a different model number. But like, I guess the other one's like made for saws, like it's maybe heavier duty, maybe it has like a steel core. Like, I wish they had better descriptions on this shit. Like,
Yeah.
because if they're exactly the same, then I'll just buy from the place that's $46. Like what the fuck?
I don't know.
Hey, Dead Horse, you got a 3D printer? Just print one, dude. Make it solid.
Oh shit! Good point.
Nah, dude, like that. Not for this build. I'm not doing any 3D printed stuff. Like no, like it's cool for like range guns and stuff like that, and plinkers and stuff. But like for an end of the fucking world gun, I'm sorry. Like I'm not
I need
trusting.
aluminum and steel and high resin
Like,
polymers.
yeah, I'm
So
not.
why don't
trusting
you?
no
Why don't
fucking,
you freaking? I don't know. I mean, if it's solid plastic, I don't see where it's gonna. Well, yeah, I guess it could break. I don't
You know
fucking
what?
like those things anyway, dude. I don't.
Yeah, I kind of understand that one.
Plus, are you using a free floated barrel or is it going to be just standard barrel?
It's
Like,
free floated.
no, okay. Well, then in that case, vertical foregrip's not a bad idea, but still don't like it.
Well, it's a long ass rail, right? So it's like a long ass rail. So I'm gonna have like plenty of fucking room to hold it traditionally, right? And like really, the whole reason of the grip, of the vertical grip, isn't to like necessarily use it like that, unless I have to when I want the momentary option of the light, and that'll usually be in like maybe close quarters inside buildings, shit like that. Where that's
Well,
where
if it's an end of the world
shines,
gun, if it's
right?
an end of the world gun, you always want to be momentary. You don't want your fucking light on constantly. That's stupid. It just gives you away. It takes away your ability to fucking sneak around. So you always want momentary.
Well, that makes sense, but I can see times where maybe like you want it, like you know.
Get a Surefire, one that you can change. It's $60 light, temporary to permanent.
Well, he's got it.
No, that's what I bought, dude.
Oh
I
shit!
just
You're on
bought
the
the
right
light.
track.
Yeah, I bought the Surefire 952V tonight. Like it's like I think it's their most fucking expensive light, dude. It's like the Legacy series,
Oh
like
yeah, you're going crazy.
$600 light, dude. Like with the built-in infrared illuminator.
Vampire
Like-
head?
Yeah,
Did it have a vampire head?
Yeah, the 952V. Is that what the V stands for? Is vampire?
yeah, that's vampire.
Okay.
Yeah,
Ooh,
that's
pretty
the one I bought. The 952V-TN.
cool. Right on.
That
Like
is pretty-
everything I researched, and like all like guys who I've actually talked to who actually deployed with that light, or told me like that's the go-to light, and for an end of the world rifle, that's what they would use. So
Yeah, I just
You don't want the
Oh.
rail light switch?
it comes with the cap has the option where you can click it on the back of the cap, and it has the little pressure switch pad.
But I
So I
think
got
there's
both
there's a third one that you can put on a rail, the pressure switch.
Yeah, it's the end cap. You get the end cap. It has the freaking cable that leads to a pressure pad.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
two
no,
different
this
pressure
comes with
pads.
both. Oh yeah, because there's one pressure pad that has the constant on, and then the
Yeah,
momentary, right? Yeah, I think this one only comes with the momentary,
yeah,
and I think the
Streamlight.
pressure switch that has that is like $100 or something.
Streamlight makes one where it's temporary and permanent pressure switch.
Yeah, it's $120. That
I
removes.
have the Surefire
removes
one
the
and the
switch.
Streamlight one.
It's all right. If you can't afford the good pressure switch, then you can just go half-ass.
Yeah, my the tail cap and pressure switch, I think, for mine was $169, and that's for the one with the button, the one that looks like the Streamlight, but it's Surefire. That was a different tail cap too. That was for the X300. They have different ones for the different lights. Like the light that you got is just around. The end of it is round. So they have different tail caps for that.
Like the one I got, it has the button in the back, and then just the one cord for the pressure switch. So to use a dual pressure switch, I would have to change that tail cap too. Is that what you're saying? Because it has 2 plug-ins instead of 1.
No, I think you can unplug it from the tail cap.
I don't know. I've never had one before, so when it comes here this next week, I'll know. But
At the same time you get your EOTech?
that will be on the 17th.
I know, I'm just being a shit.
So you decided to go with EOTech over the Aimpoint?
No, the Aimpoint's the EOTech's for a home defense gun. The Aimpoint's
okay.
still going on my end of the world gun. I went with the EOTech for the home defense gun, just because of the wider field of view and all that. And then the 65 MOA ring, I think, would be better for close quarters. So, and plus, I've always wanted an EOTech. I've never had an EOTech, and I've just always wanted one. Like, I like to try new shit. So, like, I might get it and be like, man, this thing fucking sucks. I hate it. But, like, I won't know that until I really use one. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah. Well, which EOTech did you get out of curiosity?
just the regular, like, 512. Just the regular, basic, original style EOTech. Like, none of the fancy ones.
Cool.
Honestly, I've been really impressed with
It's
the
literally going to sit on a gun that like never gets used. So like, it's like, so like I didn't want to fucking spend a shitload of money on like a $700 EOTech or some shit. Like, no.
Honestly, I've been really impressed with EOTech. Like, I didn't think much about them, but then I got my hands on one and I was like, holy shit. Like, I could definitely take this. I'm an Aimpoint guy, but I'm really impressed with EOTech. And that's why I prefer Holosun. Just being honest. Waiting for
I
Aimpoint
like
to
Holosun
realize
too.
what they're not doing right.
What is Aimpoint not doing? Just making a big, like 65 MOA circle ring around their dot?
Not only that, but they haven't really done anything for their micros. Anything like optical. So what do? They offer a 2 MOA and a 4 MOA, and that's it. Yeah, that's really... I like it, but holy Christ, man. I much prefer that 65 with the 1 MOA. It's such a superior sighting, in my experience.
Garbage. What the hell are we talking about? Aimpoint? 1 MOA. It's ridiculous.
No, it's really nice.
Yeah, if you're only using your shit for one trick, then yeah, grab that pony.
No, it's a 65 ring with a 1 MOA in the center. That's the whole
okay.
thing.
What are you going to do with the ring?
It's garbage in the middle. Yeah, it's ridiculous. When you have an Aimpoint shroud for, then that's your 100 and something millimeter ring.
I didn't follow that one.
He's talking about using the actual diameter objective
The
lens.
itself as a ring. If you're going to just count fictitious rings out in space, then the Aurora Borealis is a ring.
I think you just hate now, man. Sounds hate.
I hate garbage, yeah, and I don't have to at midnight on Friday. I don't have to justify why somebody might buy garbage just because some other person bought it before. That doesn't make it right.
Hating.
The only way to go. Bitching on them because you don't like a 2 MOA. That's because you never shot in daylight before. The fuck?
Yeah.
You shoot at dusk at a distance.
Well, seeing as I've shot night and day in winter and summer, and winter sucks if you've never shot in winter. By that, I mean the reflective light pretty much drowns out your reticle. I'd much prefer have a 65 with a 1 MOA. It's incredibly fast.
In the winter? In the snow?
Yeah.
That doesn't get lost.
When
in
Australia.
What?
How does that ring help you when your 1 MOA dot is gone?
It's gone. It's lost in the red. They're in the white snow. What's any of it do when your battery fucking disconnects and it's off? Or it just runs out because it's got like 100-hour life or whatever.
What? 100-hour life? What are you buying?
EOTech. That's what we're talking about, right?
No? Holosun.
Okay.
Are you
Oh.
talking about the
Oh,
Holosun,
damn.
the freaking solar panels on top?
Any of them. Any of their 50,000 hour. I don't care if it's got solar or not.
Doesn't a company have to exist more than 50,000 hours before they can go around bragging that the battery?
You
That's a pretty good point.
Touche.
suck. Stop that, you.
Woohoo.
Our shit lasts 10 years. We existed for 2.
You need to host the Comedy Central roast. You're like born to do it.
That was good.
Point G-Webs.
I've been really impressed with Holosun, though. That's all I can really say. And I know they made the site that I have right now, which has
They've
been
really-
incredibly tough.
They've really done well with the YouTube videos.
Yeah, that they have.
That they balanced it with the Instagram picture, so I'm thinking they got some good legs.
I
Just
don't know
make a
anything
good
about
product.
Holosuns.
That's all I can really say.
They seem like they're decently well built, but then, hey, it's... I
Yeah,
never got to
remember
use
the
one.
very first 2 Holosuns I got right out of the fucking box were like broke. So,
Damn, that sucks.
I have like the worst fucking luck with red dots, dude. And then I don't know if you saw my Instagram post from like a week ago. I bought those 3 millet red dots, and like 2 of them are fucking broke right out of the box, out of the 3.
Oh, hold on.
I saw that one.
Dead Horse, let's look at it this way. You buy quite a few red dots, so you're probably, I'm going to estimate you've bought more than 24 red dots over the years.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So 24 red dots, I'm going to guess 12 of those 24 had issues like as you bought them brand new.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
completely.
So do you seriously think you got some like Charlie Brown syndrome, or red dots just suck ass and everybody fucking babies them and gives them excuses because they spent all kinds of money on the garbage?
Well, I don't know. I like these 2 aim points I got. I fucking love. There's nothing wrong with them. So
Anything else that you buy in quantity that you have the Charlie Brown syndrome and you always get the lemons and are just always broke when you get them? Or is it like occasionally, rarely something breaks? And except for red dots, which are like about 50% of the time they're broken.
yeah, no, you're right. Like
Most people buy like 2 in their lifetime or 3, and they're like, "Oh no, I bought 3, and this one didn't break when I bought it. It's fucking awesome." That's most people's experience.
nope, you're right. You're exactly right.
Here's the deal: I've hung out in gun shops, and I see all kinds of them get bought, and then all of them come back, like every one of them, because people don't just look at it; they go use it, and they're like, "Oh, this doesn't work for anything that's real."
Nope,
Yeah,
you're right.
not my experience.
No, I think he's right because like out of all the red dots I bought, I've had a shitload of horrible luck, and I've bought all sorts of different companies, and and granted, I haven't bought like a ton of high end ones because I can't afford to put aim points on all my guns, but out of like a lot of the
If you save up.
Oh yeah, but then it would take me fucking years, dude. Like.
Yeah, but then they're all aim points. Or you can just
Yeah, but like, dude,
Two
by the
all-
time he got aim points for all the existing ARs he has right now,
oh god,
he'd
yeah.
be like
Boy.
90 years old. It's like, I finally have the last aim point for my last AR. No, and that's if you stop right now. Stop building them right now.
Well,
You
he's
know that ain't-
putting like the quality of red dot on the quality of what he thinks is the rifle. So if he thinks it's like a high-end rifle, he's gonna put like an aim point on it. But if he thinks it's like a $400 rifle, he's gonna throw one of those millet whatever things on it.
Yep.
That makes
Exactly.
total sense.
Exactly. No, you're exactly right, man. And
I can't talk shit. I got a fucking NC Star on mine, and it fucking doesn't even fucking hold 0 very well.
Check out my sick ass red dot, guys.
It looks cool, but that's about it.
Look, it changes reticles and colors. It doesn't hold zero, but damn, it looks sick.
And that's why I replaced it with the fucking that red dot I got from Flippy, the Vortex Strike Fire.
Oh,
So
I don't know, dude.
we'll find out.
The
I'm
more I
gonna
hear about them,
go
the
shooting
more
next
I
Saturday.
hear that they're getting better. Like, I don't know how everybody I talk to keeps having bad experiences, but then everything I look up on videos and shit, like people testing them, they don't have anything but good luck. Like, what the hell's going on here?
Well, we'll find out. I'm going shooting next Saturday.
well, I'm sure if people were sending me
I'll
free
fight
shit
them
to
then.
do a YouTube review, I'd have good luck with it.
No. I'm talking about people like beating them up, throwing them in the
Cream of the crop. They don't have trouble with it. Amazing.
No.
Then
Yeah, that is true. They could be picking the most precisely machined ones and shit. I didn't really think about that, but they're like throwing these around, abusing them, putting them in the back of trucks, and dragging them behind trucks, nonetheless. I'm just saying it's like a dichotomy that I noticed.
I'm speaking of G-Web's thing about using the tube of the fucking reflex sight, whatever it is, reflex or red dot. That's actually a pretty good idea. Use it myself. It's not bad. So, I mean, you're not going to get accurate out of it. You're not going to get.
You don't
super
got to be
accuracy,
accurate
but
like inside at that kind of distance
Yeah.
where you're going to be using that tube.
if they're inside the fucking circle, you pull the trigger. That's it.
Yeah, but then you're not even.
for most people, because most people buy crap optics and then they're going to break anyway. So that way they have at least some use out of their crap optic that they bought.
Yeah,
As long as
that's
it's-
exactly what I'm doing. G-Web's right on the nose, brother.
I get what you're saying, but honestly, I should imagine, and this is my experience in shooting stuff that close, you don't even really aim. Just point, bang, 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 bang.
Oh yeah, how's that?
Like, I get what you're saying. I 100% get that.
Why are you fucking with me, man?
Oh, I'm not.
Trying to justify my wasted $60.
Can't help you there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, you know, hey, fucking whatever. That's
See,
why I
you
got the
have got
fucking
your
Strike
back.
Fire 2. That's why I got the Strike Fire 2. We'll run that one, and fucking if that one doesn't work out, well then.
Well, I will say that
Good old
it
iron
is
sights work
probably a
every
step
time.
up from the NC Star. You know, it is probably a step up, but I have an NC Star
Probably.
that seems to work, but it's also on like a very cheap fucking gun that I don't trust my life with. Like, you know.
All right, guys. I'm going to get going. It's been good talking to y'all.
All right, later, pro. Good seeing you again.
Later, man. I'll
Yeah.
be contacting you in a couple weeks.
All right, don't forget, fuck communism.
Don't bring that shit up again.
No, he said fuck communism. He said,
You know,
come on, we're all down with
capitalism isn't all that good. It's icky.
I should have kicked him.
He's a kid, man. He's trying to fit in.
Capitalism's
He's lost.
and it's only for the evil corporations.
Evil monkey.
If there's one problem with capitalism, it allows crap like that to fester inside of it.
I can agree with that statement. It's-
All right, well, now we can dig into the real gun topics.
now the pro steel's gone.
This crazy cheap optic talk.
I got the guy at work to buy a primary arms because I knew he wasn't going to buy anything else, and he was going to buy.
What's primary arms?
There's little Chinese red dots that are like on the level of the Bushnell.
Oh, for what? An AR?
Yeah, his M&P Sport was his first gun ever.
That's the problem. Everybody buys these fucking ARs, and they don't feel like they're done until they put some sort of stupid optic on it.
Yeah. Well, he was going to buy like some real junk. And I was like, you're going to buy a red dot. And he didn't want to spend money because he's not the kind of guy that's going to he can't justify like the price yet. He's not at that stage.
You know
Trying to
how
get him there faster, but yeah. I just said get the primary arms, $80. It's pretty
You
decent.
know how schools would get like Apple IIs for free because Apple was giving them to them for free all the time?
Yeah.
And then for the longest time, like schools always had Apple IIs, and like everybody else in the world had like real computers and shit, and everybody would go to school and be like, "Oh, great, here's our free Apple II." That's what the EOTechs are like. Government gets a bunch of them for cheap, and they're like, "Oh yeah, they're great." And then everybody's like, "Oh yeah, this is the way to go. This is what the Army does."
It's the Call of Duty generation that likes the EOTechs.
Oh, they use them in the video games.
Yeah.
No,
Movies, movies and video games, they were in a
I
lot.
haven't seen them in movies yet, but maybe I just don't pay attention.
Yeah.
John Actually, EOTechs are such a good optic. You can put those on backwards and they still work. There's a documentary called Tears of the Sun about it.
Well, I thought that was an aim point he puts on backwards. Is it an EOTech?
Yeah, it was an EOTech.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't have that much hate for them. They do work when you shoot them, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's a plus.
I don't know. The very first red dot I ever bought was a Loophole. Fucking, they don't make them anymore. Fucking love that fucking thing. It was awesome.
I bought an original, what is it? Aim point? Like the old ass kind that looked like a old brick cell phone.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. Like was it like fucking Flippy was looking for one because he was trying to do a freaking Black Hawk Down build.
No, I think my shit's older than that. I'm trying to find a picture of one.
Are you talking about like the aim point? I think it was called like a Pro 1000 or something, like the aim point 1000, or because I think they had like a 1000 series, a 2000 series, and those were like the old ones from back in like the early 80s that I remember, mid 80s, stuff like that. It was like aim
like
point
this.
1000.
It looks like this, but you can't tell shit from this picture because it's on its side or it's upside down. But it looks like that kind of. Not like that.
Remember when we was out in the desert shooting?
Yeah, that pic looks like an aim point 1000, G-Webs. I think that's what they were called, was aim point 1000.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with it. It's old, but I just bought it because it was funny looking.
Remember when we was out in the desert shooting before?
Oh, you talking about that Instagram shoot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know how the one guy worked for Hollow Sun?
Uh-huh.
He handed these out to everybody.
What?
What I'm showing.
Is that the actual site or is that just a card?
He handed these sites out to everybody that was there.
Oh, I thought you meant the manual, like the actual red dot site itself.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't have one.
That's cool.
There was only like 8
Yeah,
people.
Marco didn't get one.
You didn't give one to Marco? That wasn't very right. Like, let's not give it to the guy with 200,000 subs. Or the guy that has 150,000 subs on YouTube. That's cool. They didn't even ask who we were or nothing. Yeah, here's mine.
So, have you tried that out yet?
Nope. Haven't even taken it out of the box yet.
Well, you should send that to me for testing.
Probably not broken.
Yeah, I know.
Probably not broken. I like how the buttons are up on top. That's where you really want to put your buttons for high speed shit.
Is there like
Do you want
attached
to try
to
one
the
of those
mount?
RMRs? No, you can change different mounts.
Okay. You need to screw that onto a Glock MOS.
Put it
That
on
would
my
be-
FNX Tactical.
There you go.
So what are
Means
you
the
looking
post
for as far as vert grip? Most of the guys I know ran and go down quick detach, the short vert grip.
Yep, I think that's the one I'm looking at. The Tango Down vertical grip. It's $67 at Bravo Company.
But the short one with the quick detach.
Well, this one has a quick detach, but I don't think it's short.
Well, I would get the short one instead of the long one. There's no need.
The short one. Okay, I'll look for that one.
Because you don't use the whole grip, do you? You just use it as a finger stop or hand stop?
Pretty much, yeah. And like, well, this is going to hold that little pressure pad for the light. Is basically like, you know.
Oh, okay. So especially if you're getting it for your aim point, then yeah, you want something that's legit on there. And most of the guys get the QD. I don't know, just because it's more money, I guess.
And I just want something that's like going to be rock solid. Like, I don't want any like cheap stuff on this gun because this gun's literally going to be like my end of the world gun, right? So I want everything on it to be like legit.
Now, does it have to be vertical, or do you don't like the angled grips?
Yeah, I have the AFG 1 and the AFG 2, and they're both on AR pistols right now. And I've tried them out, and I don't know, man. Like, I'm just not a big fan of them. Like, so I've tried them, but I don't know. I wear size large gloves, so it's not like I have huge hands, but it's not like I have small hands. And just, I can get a good tight grip on the rail, like wrapping my hand around a rail or a handguard. But with those angled grips, I don't feel like I have as good of a purchase necessarily on the front of the gun as I do with just wrapping my thumb up around the handguard of the rail. So it's just probably my hand size and stuff, or maybe it's just what I'm more used to. But when I shoot with the AR pistols, especially when I'm not shouldering it, you know, and I'm using that angled foregrip, I tend to. It just doesn't seem like I have as good of a purchase. I don't know. I can't get my pinky or my ring finger up around the rail, and they're just kind of like basically doing nothing at this point. And it's like I feel it's like I'm holding the gun by my middle finger, index finger, and thumb only when I'm using the angled grips. But but if I take that angled grip off, then it feels like I'm using every finger of my hand to help control the front of that gun. And like, I don't know, maybe it's psychological, maybe it's not, but that's just the way it feels to me.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Like maybe if I had bigger hands or something, or smaller hands, like then maybe I'd be able to get a better purchase with the angled grips, but I don't know. And I haven't tried all of them. I know there's other ones out there, but for the AFG 1 and 2, those are the only two angled grips I have. And I've seen some of like the new slimmer ones now, like that are made for like key mods and stuff, and they're not as near big or bulky as the Magpul ones are. So maybe those ones would be a lot different.
What I've seen a lot of times over the years, my experience with shooters and stuff, is people that shoot the anemic little 5.56 round, the gopher round, their hands will become so weakly, so sickly that they can't hold rifles anymore. So that's why I like to see people shoot 7.62 by 39 man's caliber. Then your hands stay strong and you can maintain control over a gun.
Well, after I do this next build, I'm going to be doing a 9mm AR like side charging build, and I'm calling it my LTL build, my less than lethal.
So this way you don't have to pay so much money for like a bipod. You can just put like set some marshmallows down, and that'll secure the front of your right muzzle for you.
You can call it the poodle shooter.
Set it on those 5-pound gummy bear targets.
Yep.
Gummy bear probably weighs more than the gun.
How long's the barrel going to be?
14.5.
What?
14.5 for the 9mm?
Oh no, or the 9mm. I'm going with I think it's straight up an 8-inch barrel.
Okay.
Straight up 8-inch.
8-inch barrels, crazy ass shit.
So much
You take
velocity.
number of millimeters and subtract 1. Is that the ratio for 9mm barrels?
Yeah. So the velocity doesn't get so great that the round disintegrates. You can't do a 40 because the 40 will just blow the AR up. Don't do 40 ARs, AR 40s.
Well, I figured like I'm gonna use one of those dedicated Glock mag lowers, right? So I'll be able to use my Glock mags.
Yeah.
I think I have like, I don't know, 6 9mm Glock mags.
If it's a side charger, it's already better than the SIG MPX. So.
Oh yeah, I'm using that Gibbs side charging upper I got.
Yeah.
And I got a bolt carrier and barrel coming from Spinta Precision for 9mm, and then but I don't know which one I'm going to finish first. Like the next one after this next EOD build will either be the 6.5 Grendel or the 9mm. Just kind of depends on what parts go on sale, and you know. But it's going to be one of those two next because those are the two I'm working on. But I know that's going to ruffle some feathers when I start advertising it as my LTL build, less than lethal build. I'm going to tell everyone, dude, I've always wanted a gun that was like a less than lethal gun. Like,
just get rid of the than part, say less lethal, and then it's
okay.
So I've seen something on Instagram that I want, which is the Troy pump action AR.
Yeah.
I want one of them.
It's been around for a while.
Yeah, they're still out here in California.
Since the New York, the SAFE Act. I think they built that around the SAFE Act.
Yeah. Seems pretty cool, though. I want one.
Well, see, I've already designed a lever action AR, so the lever action's far superior. So, just saying.
Seriously, though, how could a lever action AR be any good? Because that thing is pretty much you're just pumping a shotgun, except you got 30 rounds in it. Or more.
Did you see Marco shoot it? I think he's got video.
I don't care about Marco shooting it.
You can see it in action.
Where do you shoot it at? Shot Show?
Yeah, I think.
Damn it.
Range day.
I probably would have gone and shot it if I knew that was a thing that was there. I was too busy trying to save the Second Amendment or whatever.
Was there anybody else trying to save the Second Amendment at SHOT Show?
No, not really. Well, I mean, everybody, yes, because everybody was there participating in the industry and celebrating
but just like
the freedom.
They were doing it in the way where you sell things.
Yeah, in more of like the way of celebrating capitalism, fucking capitalist, and like free market or whatever. Basically, figuring out, calculating conniving ways to be greedy. You know how capitalists do. The corporations will tell them, like, they'll dictate, their like evil plans, and everybody goes there and learns the evil plans, and then what they have to do, walk in lockstep with the corporations.
So they're dumping toxic waste in your backyard.
Well, into you as media, that's one of the ways they mind control you. So it's kind of back and forth between having to go into like mind, what do you call it? Mind control like sessions where like flashing lights and various noises and stuff will happen that brainwash you.
Yeah, your eyeballs are taped open.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times though, you also have to ingest or like consume a bunch of the like corporation chemicals, like the noxious residues. That's one of the way they get rid of them, right? Because there's no more EPA because of Trump, so they just make you eat all that, and then that also brainwashes you because of corporations and capitalism. But aside from that,
I think I've just been brainwashed by the corporations listening to you.
You want to go out
I'm sitting
and
there
shop.
minding my business, watching Amazon Prime, which you pay money for, right? Amazon Prime. It's like a version of Netflix. And I'm watching something, and then it leads me into this thing about quantum computers or something, which was actually pretty good. It was like the masters of quantums or something. And they were talking about quantum computers and quantum computing and qubits instead of regular bits. So I never heard about all that shit before. I thought it was pretty interesting.
Or
So
it's both a 1 and a 0 at the same time.
It can be, I think of it as the way they explained it was one like that kind of. I think of it like if we're used to having on-off switches, it's like quantum is dimmer switches. So you could basically set it to anything between on and off, and on and off. And it can also be on and off at the same time. But anyhow, here and there, it was an interesting show. So I got suckered into thinking they're going to recommend more shows. I'm going to watch one of them. And I watched another one called like Quantum something. And it was like somebody had typed something into, or, typed something, had something written out, and then made a computer read it. And that's what it was. Like, that's what was being said. Just the computer was reading somebody's text. And then like a screensaver was on. And that somehow got the fuck on Amazon. I didn't have to pay for it. It was free. But like, what the fuck? Like, they're just letting people type shit out and have a robot say it. So that seemed like brainwashing. When you said that you feel like you were brainwashed, that made me think of that show that I watched, because it was, how robots, when they read stuff, they have no emotion.
Yeah.
It was pretty horrible trying to listen to, and it would say things wrong. So it was like saying words wrong. Kind of distracting and weird. And then with the screensaver thing going, I was like stunned and amazed that I was watching this on Amazon. Like, what the hell? Like, how'd this get on Amazon Prime in the first place? And then, am I re-listening to it wrong, or like something wrong here? Why is it this crappy? So that makes me think I want to get the Daily Gun Show up on Amazon Prime if I can. If they can take robot fucking crap, then they'll take my Daily Gun Show.
But isn't Amazon kind of like anti-gun now, though? Like, so you'd have to, like, just because you have the name gun in the show, like, that might be a deal breaker. If it was just like the Daily Show, like, then they probably would.
Oh, I'll play the game. I'm capitalist, so I'll lie and cheat and steal and shit.
You just rename it the Daily Gum Show.
I don't think they would care, since it's like video media. They don't care what it is. We'll have all kinds of action movies with gun in the title.
I was watching this cool thing on like I watch a lot of science stuff too, like everything about like quantum computers, quantum physics. Like I'm really into that shit. So I was watching today on D News. They filmed a light sonic boom basically for the first time because like how an object with mass traveling faster than the speed of sound, of course, like creates a sonic boom. Well, light also creates like a sonic boom, but since it like has like pretty much no mass, we don't hear anything, but it does have like a sonic boom to it. And they caught it for the first time on film. And that wasn't even the interesting part. The interesting part is they have this new fucking camera. And like I've heard of like high speed cameras doing like millions of frames per second. Well, they have a new one that does 10 billion frames per second. This camera is so fast that they can film the firing of your neurons in your brain.
10 million?
10 billion. Like billion, dude. Like, so like it's so fast. Like they're going to use it for like a lot of medical stuff, and actually like they can actually like watch the firing of the neurons in your brain. Like that's how fast it is. 10 billion. Like, you know, like it's so fast that if you like, they could actually like film electricity, like, and just like all sorts of cool shit with it, like everything.
That having something that can record something that only takes that much of a moment in time or whatever is going to be handy for when they can now start to film the exact moment people become disappointed with their 9mm that they bought.
Yeah.
But it got the sonic boom of light on video. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Like, so basically, the thing I was listening to earlier was saying how the big deal about physics or whatever is one of the breakthroughs is when they figured out that light was both a particle and a wave, and that sometimes it has like a properties of like a wave or a pulse. And then they were like, and that's usually when you're looking at it and you're shining light at it. It's like seeing the shadow of it and going, oh, it looks like it has two pieces. Like, yeah, it's a shadow when you look at it, you know? So I think it has something to do with that, right? Like when you're, they need to make cameras so that they can observe it in different ways so that they're taking less influence on the thing that they're taking video of.
Well,
yeah, it's on D News on YouTube. It's like a sciencey news show.
if you're observing like light moving, so you'd be able to see the front of it, right? If you could see the sonic boom.
Well, they were firing a green laser pulse like down this tube, and they were firing it into two different plates coated with like two different materials that were like super frozen, right?
So you think it was like slower than light? I don't know.
Well, what they can do is, they can make light travel faster than the speed of light, and they can make light travel slower than the speed of light, depending on not only temperature, but what media they're firing it through. But they have this high-speed camera. Like, that wasn't even the cool shit. It wasn't even like the fact that they had, like, that they actually filmed the sonic boom, because light doesn't have mass, so it doesn't create a sound. But there is like a sonic boom shockwave, just like a object with mass creates when it travels faster than the speed of sound. But they actually caught it on camera. But that wasn't even the cool thing. The cool thing was the fucking camera, like at 10 billion frames per second. Like,
Yeah,
that
that's what
is
I'm trying
so
to figure
fast.
out how the camera is faster than the speed of light.
Well, I don't think it's faster than the speed of light. I don't think the
it's
camera
two different
is.
planes it's two different dimensions. I guess I don't know. It's like
Well, that would fall into the whole quantum
the
physics type
second
realm.
and the I don't know.
Well, it can, if you think of it not so much like a camera that's faster, but if you think of it as like video, that they're able to slice the frames finer and finer. You know, so they take video that exists and then they're just able to slice the video frame down to be that fraction of a
10 billionth of a second.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I bet you that camera probably costs like $1 billion too, or something. You know, like, I bet it's like, because I know the ones that only do like 1 million frames per second cost like $100,000, you know? So I can just imagine the cost of this camera.
So when the 20 billion frames per second or whatever, however that law works, when it doubles or quadruples, I don't know, the next one should be able to like see the light actually traveling.
Oh no, they already can do that because, like I said, what they do is like through super cool temperatures, they fire it through the light through different media, and then like one was like a plate with like coated with like a magnesium or something, and then another plate coated with like a silicon or something, and then they're firing it down a tunnel. They're firing one beam down a tunnel, and then another beam through the media, and then like in comparison with the two, they can actually see like, okay, this one's like traveling way slower. And then you can even shine light through like water and actually go faster than the speed of light. But it's really not faster than the speed of light, but the light that you're shining like through a glass of water can actually like basically hit a target. Like if you're thinking like shining light on a wall, okay, and you turn on 2 flashlights at the exact same time, they both hit the wall at the same time. But there's a way and a certain angle that you can actually fire like one of the lights through, let's say, a glass full of water. And then just because of the way that the light travels, it can actually hit the wall faster. But it has to, like, it's a lot of physics and shit, so it's really not faster than the speed of light. It's not making it faster. But
it jumps from one side of the glass to the other faster and hits the wall. That's what I say.
Did someone fall into like the gates of hell?
I think Heavy did.
That was Big Red. He joined the chat.
Oh.
That was going to start one of Matt's shows.
And I forget the name of it, but there's a documentary on Netflix that talks about the speed of light, and it talks about the slit experiment when they first discovered the speed of light, or when they first discovered light was both a wave and a particle, about how they were firing like 3 different colored lights through a tiny little slit, and then they would get these lines, right, which they expected to get, but then they would get these like little like other like particles showing up, and they're like, wait, where are these coming from? Like they couldn't understand where these other like basically lights were showing up on the wall, and that was because of like the light was both a particle and a wave, and like they explain all that in that documentary, and that's like actually pretty cool.
You ever see the experiment where it it changes depending on whether there's an observer or not?
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy shit.
Yeah, but they're saying that's because in order to observe, you're probably throwing light, if nothing else, at it. And since you're throwing a thing at it in order for you to observe it, then that's where it becomes a thing. So they're talking about how, like a quantum computer, the whole trick is to get those, like a regular bit is on or off little freaking thing. And those can be like basically almost an atom at this point of copper. Well, they can make a qubit, and it has more than on and off, and it needs to exist in a place that isn't influenced by anything else at all. So that's the trick. And I guess that's we have to kind of figure out how to do that where it can't be observed, because observing it would influence it and that would fuck with it. So they, in this show, I think they talked about having the center of atom that was magnetic. So as the center of the nucleus of that atom was farting around inside of some vacuum, that they could monitor where that little magnet was. So it didn't actually have contact with anything, and they could monitor what it was doing in there. And I guess they have 16 of those that exist. So that makes it as powerful as any other computer that exists. And when they get to 50, it'll be more powerful than every computer ever built to this point put together.
And there's another documentary you should watch, D-Webs, on Netflix about the quantum computer, and I think it's called like the Quantum Realm or the Quantum Age or something like that. I'll find it for you. But it's literally basically the guy who invented the quantum computer, or maybe not invented the idea of it, but actually built them. Because there's only two, well, at least when the documentary was made, there's only two quantum computers that are actually built, that are actually running. And
yeah, this thing made it seem like there was one, and it was like in Sweden or Netherlands or some fucking white country over there, and it looked like a big ass fucking gasoline tank or something. It just looked like a big egg made out of metal.
Oh yeah, like it's a great big square box almost looking thing. It's huge. It's probably like 8 feet tall and 8 feet long and maybe 4 or 5 feet wide.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost like what you'd put in some kind of like scuba tank experiment or underwater.
Yeah, and it's like super cool down to like negative 459 degrees, and like they got to keep it at this super cool temperature inside and all this stuff. But it's basically the guy who actually built them talking, right? And he explains to you what the quantum computer does and all that kind of stuff and what it can benefit. But then he goes like on this crazy fucking thing, and like this guy's a super smart guy, right? And he's like literally saying like with the quantum computer we can reach into like alternate dimensions. And we can reach in and grab something out of that alternate dimension and pull it out and bring it into our dimension. Or we can change things in that alternate dimension to suit our needs or our wants and stuff. And he was like basically talking about like being God over like an entire other dimension. And he goes in way more in depth into that about it. But it's like, it kind of gets kind of freaky and scary. You're like, holy shit, like, you know, and then he starts talking about how the reality we're in right now in our universe, that it's like a 50-50 chance that right now we could basically be like a computer simulation in a quantum computer in like for a race of aliens or some shit. Like that's totally possible. He's saying like, and he's like, yeah, aliens could like basically reach in.
It's more like trying to conceptualize a third dimension when you're a two-dimensional thing. So when you see those like, you know, two-dimensional universes that are lines and circles and swigglies on a two-dimensional surface, and then they interact with a third dimension, what they experience, and then the effects of like how they experience what they experience. You know, like if your finger touches a two-dimensional universe, you've seen that, it looks like a dot and then it quickly turns into a big circle, which they'd be familiar with, but the way that it behaves, the way that it would, as your finger goes in and out, and then the circle would contrast and grow, you know, that would be peculiar to them. And that's the same way that we would try to interpret more than 3 dimensions, right? So if the 4th dimension is time and relative space, you're talking about that crazy distance at a crazy action at a distance concept. And that's, I think, what we're talking about.
Isn't that like the Heisenberg like uncertainty principle, where like just by observing something
over here, you're affecting something over there, and that's the concept of multiple universes also. So I think that's just our what we experience of the next dimension level, which would be a time kind of shift thing to ours. We can't put it into perspective because we're familiar with 3 physical dimensions, but that's where I think, like you're saying, it seems magic or crazy. I think it'll be the leap that we took from people. Remember, human beings had to at one time talk to each other, and then at some point in fucking history, everybody figured out how to write shit down, and like the concept of being able to write something down on a piece of paper or whatever, putting that to somebody and giving it to somebody and knowing that somebody else is going to get that on the other side of the fucking world and then react to it, and then consequences would happen. Like, you know, that was a paradigm shift. And then sometime later we were able to like make phone calls and like do the same kind of thing but instantaneous. Like, that's a paradigm shift. But if you took some caveman and suggested to them that we can communicate across the planet and totally assume what each other are going to do across the planet, just because based on the way people interact with each other, and that we're all aware of this the fact of a phone call or an internet or something, you know what I'm saying? That would be like crazy ass magic to that caveman. And we really haven't changed anything. We've just taken some big ass steps and gotten used to them. So I think we can get used to quantum, and we'll just be a lot more like Star Trek or something. We won't realize how much shit computers can actually do in like no amount of time at all.
Well, he actually literally says that. It's funny that you mentioned the caveman thing, because he actually the guy who actually built the quantum computers actually says that in his speech. He says something along the lines like from like going from caveman to where we are now, quantum computers are going to take us from where we are now to like the quantum age. It's going to be the same type of step. He actually said that.
I don't know what it'll be, but yeah, I think it will just accept it the same way we did. Like, oh, we can fly? Yeah, okay. You know what I mean? Like, there'd have been people that would have killed you if you suggested we could fly around like this now. And now everybody's just like, oh yeah, we can fly. Like, oh, go to the moon? Yeah, no big deal. Like, back in the day, people literally probably got killed for suggesting some crazy ass shit like that.
Oh, did you see anything about the WikiLeaks is supposed to release evidence that we didn't go to the moon, and that, but I guess Julian Assange or whatever, I guess like asked Trump, asked Trump to do it first to release the info, or he will, like he's given Trump a chance to come out with it first, I guess, or
That
would be interesting.
I don't believe that. You don't think we went to the moon now?
No, I think we do, but I think that we wanted to maybe keep it a secret, right? We didn't, or not a secret that we went to the moon, but we wanted to keep some things like classified about it. We didn't want to just give all the information of necessarily what's on the moon, what it's made out of, like shit like that, or like what our rockets were like, or what our lander was exactly like. So I think that some of it, because there is some good arguments and evidence to say we didn't, but I think we really did, but it wasn't necessarily what was shown on TV, you know? Because there's just so much stuff, like, and there's been so many like whistleblowers to come out about that it makes me wonder. I still think we did. I just don't think we wanted to necessarily show Russia at the time during the Cold War, like, oh look, we went to the moon. This is what we used. Like, you know, I think we wanted to keep some of that classified. So I think I could totally see us putting out some disinformation, but at the same time, like bragging, look, we did it.
Well, and I can shitty ass like technology at the time didn't make it all that worthwhile. So I would say I wouldn't be surprised if we filmed a whole bunch of shit down here on Earth, so that we would have B-roll or whatever, you know, clear photos for all the publicity shots. And then obviously that exists, and they can't deny that it exists, but they're not going to go around saying, you know, I don't know. I guess they try to suggest that it, I don't know, trying to hide it, I guess. So it makes it seem like it's some kind of thing, but I'm pretty sure we went to the fucking moon.
Yeah, I totally think we went to the moon. I just think that we just like you said, like we could have filmed some of it here in studio, stuff like that. That we wanted to keep some things top secret because we were in the middle of the Cold War. Why would we basically want to show
them like what the hell our landing gear looks like or something?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Not that much of a shit, and we didn't care if, you know, if everybody Joe Public knows exactly, you know, who cares if they're seeing the actual thing or if they're seeing a mirror image of it or some kind of edited version of it.
Yep, I totally agree. That's what I think is the real deal about that. I think we went, but we needed to keep something secret from Russia.
Now, what about we went up there and found out that there was a bunch of motherfuckers up there looking at us? And then that's when we started the conversation, and they're like, you can go back to Earth and take some Velcro and some microwaves with you. and Tang and shit. But you also got to give us like, I don't know what the hell we give them, blood or chromosomes or something, gold. I don't know what it is we give them.
Cattle.
Cattle intestines and like anuses. Like, okay, you can go down there and have this Velcro, but we're taking all these cattle anuses.
Their
Well, you know-
eyeballs and their anuses.
Well, that's actually been my
And the
theory
occasional
about
redneck.
aliens.
Let's not forget the occasional redneck. So
That's actually been my theory about aliens all along. Whenever anyone asks me if I think aliens exist, I don't think they're aliens from another star system or another galaxy or anything like that. I think they're us from the future. I think we're more likely to travel back in time in the future in some way using a quantum computer. Like, because this guy that like going back to the quantum computer thing, he talks about not only traveling into alternate dimensions, but he talks about traveling in time and with a quantum computer. And so I think it's more like we're more likely to end up finding a way to travel back in time in our future than aliens traveling millions of light years and stuff across the galaxy to come visit us. You know, like I don't think we're all that interesting, you know, to them. So I think maybe it's kind of like, what do we do in the wild when we want to like study a tiger? You know, we watch it, we look at it, we shoot that fucking thing with the tranquilizer dart, put it on a bed, take its temperature, take blood from it, you know, put a tracking device, like also we do. And that's what a lot of those alien like those alien abduction stories sound like, you know. It sounds like, and that might be us from the future studying our own past, or some kind of catastrophe happens in the future and their DNA's all fucked up, right? And that's why they're mutilating cattle, is because they need to like basically reclone cattle because their DNA's all fucked up. So they need like fresh DNA of like cattle. They need fresh DNA from humans. And it also explains evolution, about why their bodies are all so frail and tiny and they have these big ass eyes and brains. Because like we get so technological with our quantum computers, all we do is sit behind a screen all day and we don't like exercise or do anything because we have technology doing it all. So our bodies get all frail and tiny and thin, and then our heads get all big and our eyes get all big.
What if
You know,
what if it's none of that, in the same way that, like, you know, most people drive down the highway and don't get a flat tire. Every once in a while, somebody does drive down the highway and gets a flat tire and has to stand there for 20 minutes or an hour or whatever until the tow truck comes by and gets them and they keep going. What if it's just simply that in either a dimension or a direction that we don't normally see? So,
oh, that
you know,
could be an
multiverse
alternate
or
dimension.
whatever. Like, well, the multiverse, the concept that a lot of shit is happening at the same time in the same place, and that it's just what your phase shift into. So what if it's just like, you know, every once in a while, I don't know, magnetism or some fucking phenomenon tweaks them so that the phase shifts a little bit, and we're just seeing a different version of what the hell could be going on for a minute, and then it goes away. Or like a shadow, like all of a sudden we're seeing a shadow of some shit that is also happening. And then it's not so much that it happens at a different time, like a whole bunch of shit happens sequentially, but all this shit's happening basically as other reflections in a mirror. So if you're looking at a mirror, you get a reflection. If you look at a mirror with a mirror behind you, you get a shit ton. So if you look at a mirror that's the inside of a helium ball or whatever, or balloon, you're seeing the reflections of all the other balloons going off in what seemingly like every other direction. But it's really just everything's happening simultaneously, kind of in the same place, just in different phase shifts. And then, like I say, whenever something weird happens, the balloons get close enough to each other, you see these reflections or these, you know, moments of weirdness.
And that's actually what I think about ghosts. Like that's what I think like all the ghost things come from, is that they're like echoes in time. Like they're not ghosts. Like just like the right moment, right magnetism, quantum flux, whatever bullshit happened, right? And like at certain points in time, people might actually see something they think is a ghost, but it was just an echo from the past, or maybe even from the future.
That's what I mean. It's not necessarily past and future is just if we're linear. If you're thinking of things multi, then it doesn't have
exactly.
to.
Yeah, it could be definitely like a multiverse type thing.
Yeah.
No, like that's kind of what I've always felt about ghosts.
Then all you got to do is figure out how to
change your frequency. Well, that's creepy as hell.
Yeah, I think I was coming from Heavy.
I was going to say before Pink phase shifted into another dimension that all you have to do is figure out how to change your harmonics a little bit by meditating, and then you can phase shift to wherever the hell you want. Just poke around the multiverse. That's always fun. Tomorrow's Saturday. If you don't have work to do, that might be something to think about doing. We could have a chat from like a multiverse.
Oh yeah,
I
I'm
just
into that
hover-
kind of shit.
I just hover above myself and pick out gray hairs on my own head.
Seems kind of like a waste.
Yeah. I'm lazy.
And maybe Pink did get uploaded. They converted him into a digital facsimile of his consciousness and then uploaded his ass.
So this Stephen Molyneux guy took a phone call about aliens and UFOs and all the evidence from this guy, and he basically like blew him off for the entire like half hour, 20 minutes, or however long the call was. But he was saying if there was aliens visiting Earth, they would have to be free market anarchist aliens, because he said that would be the only way for them to get the technology to get to the point where technology would be so advanced that they could visit other civilizations. And then some other guy did a response video, because this Stephen Molyneux guy is usually typically pretty smart. He's like a self-proclaimed philosopher or whatever, but that didn't make any sense. So this other guy did a video and said, he explained how the computers were going to get so advanced that they were probably going to be the aliens that visit other planets. But that's after they take over and kill us all.
I can see that.
Well, there's definitely, when you listen to them, people talk about quantum shit. Like that's where artificial intelligence is going to thrive. And they talk about artificial intelligence being the next evolution of humanity or creation or whatever the fuck. And yeah, it'll take over and kill us. It's just like not so much kill us as much as like we killed whatever the fuck monkeys and around being dumbass when we decided to take over.
Yeah, we won't be top of the food chain. I don't think robots need a food chain, though. That's the problem.
Have you ever seen the documentary Room 237?
I don't know. Sounds familiar.
It's about a Stanley Kubrick film called The Shining.
Oh, yeah. I think I see
And about how it relates to, like, they say that was his confession that he faked the moon landings. And they talk about all, like, how The Shining is really a confession from Kubrick to the public, because he just couldn't come out and say it, that, or they would have killed him and his family, right? Like the CIA or something. So he basically put his confession into a movie. And then they talk about all the, like, the hidden shit in The Shining. And then, and then I was watching a show today, actually, that was talking about that. Because, like, I was watching YouTube and I watched the one video about Julian Assange giving Trump a chance to come out with the information about the moon landings. And then, like, how it automatically will start playing on YouTube, like, the next video it thinks it wants you to, like, you want to watch. Well, the next video was, like, all the subliminal messages in Hollywood about the moon landings. And then, like, they were talking about Toy Story. There's, like, they were showing all the subliminal messages in Toy Story about the moon landings. They were showing it, like, about video games, about all the different fucking movies. Like, I never even caught any of this stuff when I watched any of those shows or movies. Like, everything from Seinfeld to, like, you wouldn't believe how many fucking movies have made references to, like, the moon landings were faked. Like, you just wouldn't even believe it. Like, I was just blown away. I was like, holy shit. But then they were saying like basically like Hollywood can't come out and say it, or like people just really can't come out and say it because they'll just be like, oh, you're crazy, or you'll get killed, right? Like so they do it all subliminally.
Well, I've seen theories where they want to transition people into that concept, so they'll put it into the media to get the concept out there or whatever, to ease people into it.
Now, you think that's like a communist thing, like that the communists trying to discredit us? Because they were also talking in the show about how everyone in China, like when they go to school in China, they like get taught in school in China that we never have been to the moon, that it's fake. And in Russia, they get taught that America never went to the moon. Like if you go to school, grow up in Russia and go to school in Russia, you get taught in school that Americans never went to the moon. And same in China. So is that a communist thing, or?
I don't know. I never heard that.
Well, that's what they were saying. They were straight up saying, like, you know, if you go to school in China or Russia, you grow up learning that we have never been to the moon, and that the whole moon thing's American propaganda and brainwashing. I'll find a link to this video. I watched like, I don't know, probably like 6 videos on it today. But I have it here in my history.
I don't know what the commies are going to try to gain by that, except to fuck with us, I guess. I don't like how Robot Pink is trying to brainwash our shit with static transmissions.
Okay, here's one of them I watched today, called Fake Moon Landing as Seen on TV. It's like 20 minutes long. And this one talks about all the subliminal messages in Hollywood, like all the TV shows from like King of the Hill to The Simpsons to movies like James Bond. It shows like James Bond in one of the movies, and I never realized it, but like I can't remember what James Bond movie it was, but like Sean Connery like literally goes into like a Hollywood TV studio set, and it's like they're faking the moon landings like at that time when Bond runs in there. You know, and stuff like that, and just it's crazy. And then Capricorn 1, if you've never seen the movie Capricorn 1, that's all about like faking the moon landing and stuff.
So I guess they're saying because it says it in media a lot, it must be true.
Well, that's what this one's saying, but like some of the other ones are, you know, are like straight up talking to like guys who actually worked at NASA. One of the they're actually pointing out, like talking to, like they're literally poking holes in NASA's story. Like NASA, like, okay, we sent man to the moon in 1969, but right now they're like within the last couple of years, they're taking NASA put out like propaganda, I guess, where NASA says, oh yeah, like we can't leave low Earth orbit right now because like the radiation belts would like kill us. And then they're going, wait, if we can't leave low Earth orbit right now, how the hell did the astronauts go to the moon and stuff like that? So I don't know. There's a bunch of them, man. There's this, like, I like to listen to that stuff. I don't necessarily believe it all. Like I said, I think it's like a mix of both. Like, yeah, some of it might have been faked, but not to trick us, but to hide shit from like the Russians, because that was during the Cold War. That totally makes sense to me. But it doesn't make sense to me for us to risk completely faking it and not going to the moon, because then if they were caught and it was like called out, then that would make like America the laughing stock of the fucking world. And I don't think we were willing to take that chance. Like,
there's no point. We didn't just fake all that science and shit. So
exactly,
doesn't make any sense. Doesn't add up.
But I can totally see like faking some of the images and stuff like that, just to hide what our moon lander really looked like. Our moon lander might not have looked like it really did in the photos and in the video. It might have been something totally different when we really went to the moon, but we couldn't show that to the Russians because we wanted to keep that technology to ourselves. We weren't sharing shit with Russia during the Cold War, you know. We don't want them to see what we're using and shit like that. So that's what makes sense in my mind. And then everyone's like, oh, look at all these NASA photos and NASA videos, and this is obviously fake, and they point out all this fake shit. And in my mind, I'm thinking, oh yeah, like that could be fake, but I don't think it's because we didn't go to the moon. I think it's because we were trying to hide shit from Russia. I like to watch both sides. Like when I run into shit like that, right? So I'll watch like 5 or 10 videos or something. Oh, we didn't go to the moon. And then I try and like watch the other side of the story of like guys proving we did. Like, oh no, like look at this, look at that. We totally went. Here's the evidence. So I like to see like both sides of the story. Like debunking the debunkers. There's actually a video about like called something like that. Like debunking the debunking of the moon hoax or some shit. Where they go out, like a lot of people like point out like the shadows in like the photos, like, oh, look at these photos on the moon, like this is an artificial light source, it's a shadow, da da da. So this like documentary literally goes out in the middle of the desert in like Arizona somewhere or something, and like puts up like an artificial light source, like one as like the moon, right? And then like, okay, or like one as like the sun, right? So okay, so here's the light from the sun, this one big spotlight. And look, like we can make with just one light source, which you would have had on the sun, we can do this. But also, just like how the moon gives off light here on Earth at night, the Earth gives off light onto the moon. You know, and like no one ever talks about that in the debunking videos, like the guys who say we didn't go to the moon. No one ever talks about how there can be 2 different light sources on the moon because you have the sun and then you have the Earth. You know,
Earth. Yeah, exactly. Reflecting light. That's true.
So that's why I like to watch both sides of the story, because I never thought about that. Oh yeah, I guess the Earth would give off light to the moon. You know, like, you know, probably but more light than the moon, because the moon's basically black coal. Like that's the color of the moon. Like when we look up at it, it looks all like white or gray, but really like the color of the moon is like black coal. It's like totally black. So if the moon's that bright in our sky, and it's black, imagine a big ass blue and green and like brown planet, you know, like how much light that gives off onto the moon, you know. So that's why I like to see both sides of the story before I go, oh yeah, we didn't go to the moon, these guys are totally right.
So some guy wants me to, can you create detailed website specs, features, flowchart, and tech specs of various websites, of existing websites? And I'm like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. How about more details, and then give me an idea what the final product you're looking for? And he's like, these are the websites I need specs documents. I need specs from any other sites, but these are what I need now. And the list is whatever the fuck this one is, and then Etsy and Uber.
What?
Like he just wants to know how many people visit them and like come to them every day and stay on them and stuff, or I don't get it.
I don't really know what he means by that. I mean, maybe he's just looking to like, you know, what framework it's built on, perhaps. Basically, looks like it's built on the same thing Gun Channels is built on, really. Really looks a lot like it, actually. But anything can look like that now. Huh. Functional specification. In systems engineering software and development, a document that specifies the function that a system or component must perform.
Oh fuck yeah! I have to get a Tango down grip because it says Surefire. Like these are made just for like Surefires. Okay, that just sold me on the Tango down. Hey, Heavy, are you still there?
Is the Tango down grip the one with the ribs on it?
Yeah, it has ribs on it. Here I'll post it.
There's like 2 or 3 ribs.
1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. That's the one I'm looking at. But like I'm on Tango Down's website. Bravo Company has a little bit cheaper than Tango Down. But like they're made for like the Surefire like pad, like the pressure pad.
Why did you mute me, Dead Horse?
Oh, because I thought you were the one that was like going all staticky, like paranormal activity on us.
Trying to brain.
No. Oh, probably. Yes.
No, I was like looking at this thing today, and they were talking about it might be like California compliant, like because of like the magazine capacity thing, right? So, yeah, like a detachable magazine, stuff like that, like the assault weapons things in California. Now, if you had a gun that did not take a detachable magazine and didn't have like a vertical grip, right? But it was a belt fed, would that still be like California legal?
No.
Oh.
It's any loading device.
What if you only
higher than
put
10 rounds or more?
What if you only put 10 rounds in the belt?
You only put 10 rounds in the belt. I don't see where that'd be an issue, but I'm pretty sure it's still illegal in California.
What color are you trying to get?
I don't know. I probably the flat dark earth because that's what most of the gun is. So that's probably what I'm gonna go.
Hunting Fishing Plus has the stubby one for $64.
See, that's what I'm looking at is the stubby ones right now, but I don't think they hold the pressure switch pad, or at least I haven't found one that does yet.
Well, it's not a QD. If that's what you want.
No, it's mainly the pressure switch pad thingy for the Surefire light. Because it's not like I'm not going to use that vertical grip like really anyway, right? Except for, gee, now like I need my light on, then that's like it's going to just be like the housing for that pad. Then that pad won't be on my rail in the way like where I usually hold the gun.
Did you see that Mission First Tactical? It's like a Surefire rip-off, knockoff, vert grip with a. Doesn't even have a light. It just has. I guess it has a light.
Does Surefire sell vertical grips? Do they have?
They have an old one that's like a grip and a light combined.
Oh, okay. I know which one. That one goes on like the magwell, right? And then holds the light.
No, the M700. It just went on the rail and it was its own vert grip and that light. It was for shotguns mainly. ARs,
I didn't know that.
What? It's an M700, I think.
Mission First Tactical has one for $40, but I think it's just the grip and a spot for a light.
Oh, I don't think he wants to put the light on the grip. He just wants it to hold the pressure pad.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying.
I've seen the Mission First Tactical one that holds like the light, but it's it goes like on your magwell of your AR. Like I haven't seen the rail mounted one yet.
Yeah, this one has a rail, Picatinny rail mount. Command Arms EVG is like the ugliest vert grip I've ever seen in my life. What does the pressure pad only switch on one side?
I think so. Yeah, I think it is only on one side because the other side looks like it's just like blank and solid on the Tango Down one. But you could switch that around. You know, I guess you could turn that grip around and then choose if you want it on the left or right. But then it looks like it has like a little cap that might hold a couple batteries or something for your light. But see, I don't like that. Like, I don't, you know, when I think about putting like extra weight out on the end of my rifle, I'm like, no, like I don't want extra weight out there if I don't have to. I'd rather have like the batteries in my stock or like in my bag or something like. But I guess a couple batteries, I guess like a couple CR 123s really wouldn't weigh that much or anything. Like, probably wouldn't notice it, but I just don't like the idea of putting like extra weight out on the end of the gun if I don't have to.
Well, guys, I got to work in the morning, so I'm going to split. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, later, man.
Later.
5.
Wouldn't have to work if we didn't have capitalism.
Yeah. We'd have more government cheese. Yeah, I don't think the little one has a spot for it, but you can just duct tape it on there. Yeah.
What I do need to find out is like how long of a rail section does that light take? Like how long of a rail section do I need for that light I bought? I've been looking for that info and I can't like find anyone that says like, oh, like it. Cause I don't want like a 7-slot rail if I only need a 5-slot or.
This Mission First Tactical one looks like you put your light inside, I guess, the hole in the front, and then tighten it down, and then put your little pressure pad through the back of it, and it swoops over into the little cutout on the side.
Oh, I see. I'm on their site right now. Did you see all the stuff that they're coming out with at SHOT Show? Did you watch any of those the MFT like booth reviews?
No.
You should watch the one by Big Gunner 81. Like they're gonna have an MFT stock that's like the that has like a locking like lever basically to tighten it up. And like, why do you need that? My MFT stocks are already so fucking tight. Like it's like they don't wobble at all. Like it's hard to even adjust them. Like they're so tight. Like why do you even need one with a locking tension lever? Like, but okay, you know. But they're coming out with like a bunch of other like kind of cool shit. Like they have a bunch of like, I mean, they had a bunch of new stuff. Like they were showing Big Gunner, like a lot of stuff. Whereas like a lot of the other companies, I was only seeing like maybe 1 or 2 new products from them. Like MFT seemed to have like dozens of new shit coming out. But I think that, you know, I guess that's what happens when you make the most popular stock out on the market, I guess.
You have to like loosen the diameter of it so that you need to justify making a locking system.
Yeah. like every one of my MFT stocks, dude, are like so tight. They're just like they're actually hard to adjust. Like
yeah. They're like the anti-rattle stock without having any kind of
extra bullshit. But they have like new pistol grips coming out, and they had Glock accessories coming out, Glock magazines. They're gonna have Glock magazines. They're gonna have like, yeah, like they're
hex mags for Glock.
MFT's gonna have Glock mags now. They got like they had a, I can't remember like all, but they had like several different Glock products coming out for Glocks. Like I think like so like they had the mags, and I think they had like an extended base plate maybe, and then I think maybe like the that like that end cap piece.
Strike Industries has that rear plate for a Glock that I'm probably going to use for that Glock 17 slide that I have.
How much is that end plate?
I don't know. Let me check.
We could just products, pistol. Group.
They have two of them. One is
Like what?
22. They're both 22. Or it says starting at 22.95.
Like one has like a triangle in it, one has a square, and then one has like two bars going across it.
Yeah. I think one of them is for the 43, and the other one's for the regular 9mm and 40 Glocks.
But they got them in black, gray, blue, red.
Yeah, I got a stainless slide, so what goes with that? Slide cover for the
Try the gray.
43.
They got the version 1 and version 2 for the regular Glock, I guess.
I must be on the first page, though.
Push button slide plate for Glock.
Yeah. So you don't have to. I don't know what that.
I guess it just makes it taking that off easier, you know?
Yeah. You still hold down the striker and just push your finger on it and slide it off.
Well, it's made of aluminum instead of plastic. That's a plus. At first, I thought they were just plastic, but
It's a lot of different colors. Probably get what is that? Probably get a gray one. Just to kind of match the slide, maybe? I don't know. And a big black thing throwing me off back there. Or blue or red or some other distracting color. I'll probably get a gray one. I have to buy all the internals for that slide. Even a barrel. So I think I'm just going to get a Lone Wolf with a nice crown on the end of it.
you're not going to go with like one of those KKMs or.
No, because I'm already going to buy one of those for my 19. So I don't want to buy two KKMs. I'm not really trying to make that 17 like a precision, accuracy, whatever. Just slap a stainless barrel in it. There's a stainless slide.
I checked the side there, man.
Yeah, I'm not in a rush.
Yeah, just whenever you're ready.
Then I was looking at Timberwolf frames, but I'm probably just going to buy a regular Glock frame because I don't like them Timberwolf frames. The grip is too straight.
I would like to find a 34 or 17L complete slide assembly. So if you come across like one used on eBay or somewhere, let me know.
Have you seen the ones on Gunbroker?
Like I don't ever use Gunbroker because every time I've paid, I think over the years, I've paid like $3 to Gunbroker. Because every time I've gone to Gunbroker and I actually want to buy something, it says that I'm like a suspected fucking terrorist or scam artist or something. And it's like, you got to pay a $1 validation fee, right? So I give them my credit card information. I pay the $1 validation fee, and then nothing ever happens. And like I'm never like approved or whatever. I never get set up with an account. And then by then, like the thing I wanted, by the time that they actually email me back, like the thing I wanted's fucking gone. Like, so I'm just like, fuck you. And I've done that, like over the years, I've done that at least a couple times. And like I don't know, man. Like every time, I don't know if it's because I just use Gmail or like what the deal is, but like every time they're like, oh, like you're not legit. Like you got to pay us $1 to make sure you're legit. And then they never get back to me. Like they just take my money and run. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I only used it once, I think, to buy a High Point, a carbine. And that's it. But I'd imagine buying a slide off there would be easy.
Well, like it doesn't like not even just to buy guns. You have to like have like an account, right? You have to be like and all that. And every time, dude, it says like
If you
I
try,
can't
like,
remember the exact wording, but it's like, oh, you're like we think you're some kind of like scam artist or something. You have to pay us $1 to verify your shit, and they ask for $1. And so I've paid that $1 at least 2 times, maybe 3 over the years. Like, and then
Channel. And be like, I suspect you're a scammer. If you just pay me $1 on PayPal, I'll know that you're cool.
that's what they do, and it's like they don't even refund it or whatever after they even after they verify you, like they don't even give you your money back. And
Yeah, I
then by
think
the
I
time they
remember
send
that.
me the verification email, they're like, "Oh, okay, like the thing I wanted's like already sold off now. Thanks." And I even like the last time I did it was just maybe like 6 months ago or something. I even like there was something I wanted on there really bad. I actually wanted to buy, and I kept sending him emails like like, hey man, like I'm legit. Like, what do you want from me? Do you want like a copy of my driver's license? Like, what the fuck do you want? Like, how what's the problem here, man? Like, like what do I gotta do? Like, how do you have to vet me? And like their customer service still didn't get back to me for like 2 weeks.
Did you try a different email?
No, because I pretty much just like I have like a Comcast email, but I never use it. Like I just use Gmail for everything. I don't know. Like I've had Gmail for the same Gmail now forever, like ever and ever. So
You just create another Gmail and try it. Because that's really the only way I know how to get an upper, unless like you run across one on, what's it called, on a forum or on, what's that other one that's not Gunbroker? Arms List. But they're the ones on Gunbroker are from this guy that just buys the Glocks and sells them, like parts them out, uppers, lowers.
yeah, he probably makes more money that way. Huh.
Yeah. I'm just getting a lower from the Glockmeister or whatever, because $75 for a stripped Glock frame.
Yeah, that's a good deal. Like for the 17 frame I bought it from a guy because I think he went with that Lone Wolf frame. I don't know for sure, but bought a brand new 17. And he sold it to me, 17 frame with all the internals and everything. And I paid like $175 for that. And he told me that the grip angle and stuff like bothered him. He couldn't shoot it. And I think that's what he went with was the Lone Wolf because he kept his slide and all that. And like I've kind of always wondered, like I wonder if that guy regrets it yet, like like selling me this frame and everything because it was like the cheapest I could find for like that was like the best deal. All the other frames I saw that were like complete frames, everyone wanted like $250.
Yeah, I think the ones on Gunbroker are like 175 if they get all the internals.
Yeah, that's what mine was.
But if it's like a colored one or a large frame, then the price goes up like $100. Not. It has to be a large frame. I think the price goes up. Not so sure about the colors.
And I've been watching eBay and I've seen like a bunch of 17 slides on there, but I want like the 34 or the 17L. Like I don't want a 17 slide. I don't really have a need. Like that's not my want. Like I'd really like to make a 34 out of it or a 17. What I really want's the 17L, but I'll deal with the 34. Like like if I get a good price on a 34, I'll take that. But
Glock's only doing those 17Ls for like a little bit every year.
No, it's not even every year. It's not even every year. It's like every like couple years or something. It's like you can't remember exactly what it was, but it was like every 3 or 4 years or something is when they were doing a run of those. They do them in small batches. I read a thing on them.
They have them now. They're out now because of the last time they did it like a month ago or a month or two ago. And then they did it last year, and then DB bought one the year before. So they have been doing it a lot more often. They just don't do it constantly. I don't know.
I can't find those slides like that. The 17L slides like never appear on eBay like the other Glock slides do.
Nobody's parting that gun out.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, what the fuck? Like it's funny, like the most like the major place on like eBay that I see like parting out guns, or at least like one of the most major places on eBay that's parting out guns is actually a police department. And it's like all their confiscated guns, like and like that's what they're doing with them. It's like they're parting out everything but the frame.
How much? What kind of guns and how much?
Oh, like all sorts of guns, everything but like the frames or the receivers, like everything that's not serialized. They're barrels, slides, everything. This like it's just one of like the huge. If you just type in like Glock slide, like you'll like chances are if you click on like the first Glock slide, it's probably that police department. Like, and that's what they're doing. Like all their confiscated guns or whatever. And I don't even think it's just their confiscated guns because of all the Glock stuff they're selling. I'm seriously wondering if that's like their old police issue stuff that they're parting out also. And I think that police department, I want to say it was in Virginia, is where that police department's located at.
I don't think anybody's going to be parting out 34s either.
No, I'm not. Well, I've seen a couple, but like, and they go for a top dollar. Like I'm seeing like just the slides and stuff go for like over 300.
I'm looking at ZevTech ones for like 1700, just the slide.
And like the entire ZevTech gun's like only 1600, isn't it? Like,
depends on which one you're getting. The ones that I've been seeing in the shop and at the range lately are $1,200, but the ones that I see that are popping up online are like 2,000.
Damn.
These slides that are 1,700 have an RMR already cut into them.
Did you watch Nut and Fancy's ZevTech video he just came out with?
I've seen the thumbnail. I haven't watched the video.
Yeah, it's like basically, is this gun worth it? Like, you know, it's a $1,600 Glock or something.
Is it? Is it worth it?
I think his conclusion, like, you know how like long-winded he is, but I basically think his conclusion was like for a second type of cool thing, like, you know, if this is what you want and you can afford it, then yeah. But like basically, it's like a regular Glock does everything this one does. Like, you know, like this one really doesn't like do anything like necessarily better. Like, you know, like, I think that was kind of like the final conclusion because I didn't watch like I watched the whole thing, but I wasn't like paying attention to the whole thing. You know, I was like on the computer and stuff while it was playing.
Yeah.
So, but I think that was basically his conclusion was like a regular Glock is like does the everything this one does. Like this one's just a second type of cool thing.
I guess. Because, you know, people like buy them things to compete, shoot competitively. Lone Wolf makes pretty decent 34 slides. If you can get over their weird serrations. They also do 17L slides.
They do this. I didn't know that. Check that out right now. Lone Wolf 17L. Let's see. Slides.
They shave down the recoil radius and everything. It's pretty cool.
But see, but then I would still like, even if I bought a Lone Wolf slide, like then I'd have to buy the barrel and all the internals and sights and all that shit. And I would just rather buy like a 34 complete slide, like, you know, just a factory Glock slide. I'm okay with that.
I think you can get a complete slide on here with a Lone Wolf barrel.
Let me see.
Unless you'd have to order all the parts, but I think they have to sell like slide
assembled
parts.
slides. There we go. Assembled slides. That's what I need.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Expensive.
Like the cheapest assembled one they have is $575.
What?
And the most expensive one is $13.58, but that one comes with like an RMR. But the cheapest one's $575, $650, $850, and then $13.58.
Fuck that.
Wow, dude. That's money, man. Like I could just
buy a Glock.
Yeah, like because see, I was seeing like things on eBay, right? Like slides on eBay going for like $200, $250 complete slide assemblies. And I'm like, okay, I pay $175 for this brand new frame, and then like get a $200 slide, $250 slide. Like I'm gonna be saving money, like, you know. So I was like, okay with that, because I can't find like a Glock like, or you know, a Glock 17 or a Glock 34s. I can't find those for, you know, $400. Like all those pretty much go for $500 straight up here. Like it doesn't matter how used they are. Like the 40s, like the Glock 40s, like those ones I can get for like $400, $375 because they're a 40 cap. Gosh, I've even seen Glock 20s and 21s go for like $450 here, but the 9mm, like they hold their value, man. Like they sell for $500 no matter what here, if not more. Like there's, for some reason, I see guys like post like Glock 19, like, you know, like fired 2 mags out of it. I want $600. I'm like, that's more than what you can, like, I can buy one for. Like they're only $550, but they'll still sell.
Yep. There should be a flood of police trade-in 9mm Glocks coming, so any day now. Or is that not going to happen? Because they all switched to 9mm.
I have no idea. Well, the FBI switched, right?
There's going to be a flood of 40s.
Yeah,
Here's what happens. And they have 9mm issued to them, and then they go, give us back all those guns. Everybody gives them back all the guns. But when they have 40 issued to them, and they go, give us back all the guns, they don't get any of the guns back.
Since they switched to 9, we're not going to get police trade-ins for like a decade. Then all the police trade-ins are going to be 9mm. And then they'll charge an extra 100 because they're 9mm. So you can get like a police trade-in 23 or 22 for 285 sometimes I see them for. But then if it's a 19 or a 17, it's like 385.
I'm looking at buying a 10 needle machine.
How many does yours have now?
One.
Oh.
Like this kind of thing.
You can get fucking 10 times much done.
Yeah.
10
So
times
like,
more complex.
Yeah, exactly. Like a 10 times more colors or whatever, and then you just start it and walk away. You don't have to like fart around, ideally. I don't know. I'm hoping, because these are what people use for like real places.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're gonna like sew little doohickeys on the shirts or hats or something, like all this kind of crap.
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, this thing's $4,000.
It's not so bad.
No, but what I'm thinking is, once I start driving around in that van, I could put the word out that I want to learn about these machines. And then I know one place I can go to that has a $16,000 machine, and they'll probably let me fart around with it. And then I'm following this place on Instagram that is in like Iowa or Kansas or one of them fucking states that is like a place that does this kind of stuff. So I'm wondering if I can't like go hang out with one of these places, get the hang of these machines, the fancy machines, so I know what I'm talking about, and then just put the word out like, hey, somebody that's like upgrading or has an old machine that's kind of smaller than they need but bigger than what I got, you know, try to find something like that I can get on the cheap. But I think like if I guess I should look and see what the hell, tell me how many like stitches per minute or whatever. But some of them cost quite a bit, 10 grand more.
You have to get a job at the $16,000 one as a salesman, and then go talk the $4,000 people ones into buying the $16,000 one, so you can buy the $4,000 one.
We'll take that
cheap.
$4,000 one away. Don't worry about it. We'll take care of that for you. But like that one for $4,000 is a $12,000 machine, I guess. I think. Maybe one of these $10,000 machines. But let's see. Nope. That's your details. Taking me to fucking eBay, assholes.
How much is that regularly? Or is that
Well,
the
this is a
going
brand.
rate?
This is $200 a month on a lease or $10,000.
Damn. Got to be making a lot of patches just to pay the bills on the lease.
I can't even imagine. I don't think I've ever made that much money making patches altogether. I'm trying to figure out how many like things per minute it does. There's this place in town that has these kind of setups that I want to go check out, but they won't let me just fart around in there for some reason. They keep fucking taking me over here to stupid eBay. Give me no details and all that I want to know.
Gotta come up with a little fat man with the little 3D printers. Like a replacement for that guy. I think I saw one the other day. And I was like, I remember that guy.
Wait, which guy?
Yeah, wasn't like someone printing them and then sending them to people who they thought were like doing good deeds or something?
Like, I don't know.
Oh, the Fat Man thing?
Yeah.
Okay, 1,100 stitches per minute top speed. And then what I have is this thing.
The guy in my shop printed a little lower, a little mini AR lower.
Out of what? Plastic?
Yeah, his wife bought him a 3D printer for Christmas.
Okay, here we go. Specs. Oh, fuck yeah. Look at this. So mine can do 650, and then I can switch it to 350. So mine can do 350 or 650 stitches per minute. And this fucker can do 1,100 stitches per minute. And I'm pretty sure that guy that told me about his $16,000 machine, it can do 1,600 stitches per minute. So that means it's like at least 3 times faster than mine. That's insane. So if it takes me, well, you've seen, it takes me like 20 minutes to print one out. So, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's like because I got to print one color and then fuck with it, and then switch the colors and print it and fuck with it, you know, fight it the whole tough fucking time usually. And then, you know, if it's, I try to do them in less than 3 or 4 colors, but you know what I'm saying? If I have to fucking add all those colors on top of each other, it takes for fucking ever. So this would, I mean, it would do one color at a time, but there'd be no time difference. It would finish one color and immediately go to the next color. At 1,100, I can't even imagine. I'd be able to sell patches for like a reasonable price, and then, you know, be able to do like, I don't know, 3 or 4 or 50. You know, I could do like actual numbers of them, I think.
Yeah, you could just.
I guess I would still have to. I would be incrementally adding on to my finish time, but I would be basically spending some time finishing patches, or I could take them over to someplace and have them finished potentially. Have somebody else sew them up and whatnot. So anyway, I've just been thinking if it's worth it. This one's a $12,000 package, and it can. You know, that's that one I was looking at for $5,000 though, so I wouldn't buy this package. Fuck that. But then they can also do hats and shit, and I imagine, I don't know what the fuck a blank ass hat costs. Probably nothing. No, $1.25. Nice. You'd probably sell that thing for $10. And that, there's no finishing on a hat. That's probably why these places won't fuck with patches and shit. Because a hat, all I gotta do is buy that hat for $1.25, jam it in this $16,000 machine, and then that's like printing $10 bills, right? I could sell that hat all day for $10, and somebody pay more than that at a store, maybe.
Just literally put a $10 bill on the front of the hat.
Yeah, just print an embroidery $10 bill.
Yeah,
exactly. I'm gonna just write shit like Matt says "fuck you" or something on there. Somebody buy that. And a dozen of them for $15. They cost like $10. It's crazy, or $1. Well, that's shitty hats. I would buy these cool hats like this one. Put big ass gun channels on there. That's the shit right there.
Yeah.
We all know who we are because we got the flower hats.
For when you're like ducking the feds in Miami or Hawaii.
Yeah, I just wanted to like
Either or.
be that guy at the gun show. Like, yeah, I'm the guy with the gay ass hat. That's me. And say G on it.
Need a pair of sunglasses.
Like girl, like old woman sunglasses maybe. Something with a lot of like flare on the corners. What if I just get camo hats? Oh, there we go. See, but buy these things for $5. Slap a G on there. You suckers will pay like $10 for that hat. Suckers.
That had $6.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm like fucking raking in $4. Like I'm printing $4.
$16 for that hat.
Got a little snap on it.
$15.97.
Snap that shit up. Buy a bunch of these.
What is that supposed to be? Like a sunspot?
Tie-dye Galaxy. Fashion Galaxy tie-dye bucket. Put one of them rock and roll band logos on there. Sell the shit out of that. Probably sell that for $6. Make like, that's like printing $2 bills right there. Tell you what. Get these winter hats. It's winter almost everywhere in the winter. Certain parts of the year. It's winter. Buy this hat for $1. Sell that for like $4. That's like printing $3 right there.
That's a goofy ass hat.
This is like if you have a weird ass squid head. You're like, I don't want something written on my squid head, but I don't want to like have a tattoo. You'd be like, oh, I got you covered. You like knit? I can fucking do bibs. Fucking, and we haven't even fucking tapped the market of fucking gun channels bibs. Not only are there a lot of little kids, but there's big fat dudes like eating ice cream all in the evenings. Get a gun channels bib out there, tactical, put some multicam on it, a little bit trim. Blanket, look at all them chat nappers. You know they're gonna want a gun channels blanket with big ass G embroidered on it. A little crooked because I don't know how to work the machine yet. It's no big deal. I wonder why this thing's curved. Is it rock or something?
Try to say you don't bump into it.
Maybe the thing rocks as it goes across the hat.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. I like the idea that there's remote control, so I don't even have to get up and look at it or whatever. I can just poke at the remote controls on it. It's manufactured in the United States. That's kind of interesting. Now, I think really the thing to do is get down my designs and then just go like hang out with people that have these machines, and I don't need to make that many patches yet, you know, just borrow time on their machines. Perfect machine for anyone starting or expanding an embroidery shop, moving up from a single needle home machine. That's me. It's designed for 24-hour day production. I could hire me freaking an illegal before Trump gets rid of them all. Like if I hire my illegal now, then it's grandfathered. Like I get to keep my illegal. Pretty sure.
Well, I'm pretty sure you can just like kidnap one and then like have a sweatshop, right? Be like, okay, like you owe me $10,000, and then you can have your
Here's my
freedom.
problem. Most illegals, they'll work pretty good for like most of the day, but then they insist on sleeping and eating and all that kind of crap. So if you keep them, then you got to deal with all that part where they're basically wasting your time. They're not working and they're like not, you know, awake or whatever. So that's where I say is the sucker bet. I don't want to have to own them for that amount of time. So I just want to collect them up while they're awake,
make them work the entire time, and then as soon as they get tired, get rid of them, get another one in here. That's the way I like to run my sweatshops. But I don't want to run the whole like housing and everything. You could probably make some money by charging them rent and all that, but it seems like a lot of work. Maybe I could hire an illegal to run a like ghetto apartment or something, and then task them with running the sweatshop. What would you call that? Like tenement. Charge them all rent. Whenever they get tired, make them go hang out at the tenement for money. Charge them for that. Make a cut of whatever my illegal that's running the place kids. So you make your illegals manage the illegals. That's the real money. That's like almost like a pyramid scheme.
Hey Moon, check your IG real quick.
What are you guys private egging over there?
I'm on IG right now.
Did you see the thing I just tagged you in?
No.
I think it tagged
Okay.
shit.
No, I refreshed.
Like, read the ad and then look at the picture and tell me if that's not a scam. Like, the guy has no posts, only 2 followers. He's following 14. And then, like, it's a picture of Trigicon sites, but the ad's like Ameriglow GL sites. Like,
Yeah, that's. He's right though, because Ameriglow uses Trigicon sites. I have them on my 34. If you go back on my Instagram, here I'll tag you in the
they
picture.
say Trigicon HDs on the sites, though.
I know.
Okay, but they're still Ameriglows? Like,
Yeah, here I'll show you my.
so you're saying there's no difference between the Ameriglow GLs and then the Trigicon HDs? Like, they're the same?
I think like the Trigicon HD is totally different, but the Trigicon, the standard Trigicon, the 3 dots, are the same as those, except I think those have the lamps are like a different color or less bright in the Ameriglows, so they're cheaper. See that picture I tagged you in?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
That has the same markings on the side.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. I'll find a picture with them.
Because I had no idea.
They came in that package, but they're they say Trigicon.
I had no idea that, like, the Ameriglows, like, used the Trigicon.
Well, when there's night sites out there, they're either getting lamps from Trigicon or Mepro, Israeli.
Well, I'm just surprised that it's like Ameriglow, but it actually says Trigicon HD on the side of the site. Like, I've just.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
They didn't even bother like rebranding them. They just.
So the Ameriglows are probably like the Trigicons that didn't pass Trigicon's like quality control or something. Like, oh, these ones aren't like quite as bright. So
Yeah,
here you go.
I noticed mine aren't like super bright and they're brand new. They got the year on them. That part of that little number is like the year date. It has 16 on it, so they're just from last year, but they're bright enough. They're just not like super duper what you'd expect from brand new. And I don't think it's white. Maybe they use like some like green or something. I don't know.
That's it. I'm out.
All right, later, C-Webs.
Later. Yeah, I have a picture somewhere. Just got distracted and kept scrolling.
Like I thought for sure that was a scam, dude. Like I see that, I'm like, wait, Ameriglos, it says Trigicon on it, and then I'm like, then I go to the guy's profile, and there's like no posts, like no one's following him. I'm like, oh man, this is a fucking scam, like, because I've already got like 4 or 5 people banned off TaxSwap from like scamming people of like selling fake knockoff shit, I'm trying to pass it off as like new. So I was like, oh wait, look, here's another guy doing it. Oh, I see. Yeah, it does say. Okay. So the guy might be legit then, but still, dude, I don't buy from people that have no posts and, no followers and aren't following people. Like, I don't buy from people like that on TaxSwap. Fuck that. Like, I'm not.
Yeah,
Nope.
like how did they find out about it? Why do they? It's like they just had to make another account because they fucked somebody over.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I think. So, like, I know if I'm buying from a guy who has like 1,000 followers and is following a couple hundred people and shit and has like hundreds of posts, I'm like, okay, this guy's like established. He's not risking his account to like do some fucked up shady shit. Like, like, like that's the only people I'm buying from, man. But like I've done like 6 deals through TaxSwap and like they've all been legit and good. So, but I'm also being careful about it. Like, there's one guy I bought from. I think it was that side charger upper actually, and like I went to his profile, like he didn't have like any posts, and I straight up told him, I'm like, dude, I'll buy your shit, but you don't have any posts, so I'm gonna do like that the PayPal goods thing, right, instead of the friends and family, so I'm covered in case you rip me off. And he was like, oh, that's cool. So like, but like even that turned out legit. So
Yep.
okay, we're still on air. Oh shit. Like, I shit you not, there's this person on Instagram, man, and it doesn't matter what gun Instagram I go to, like they've already liked the picture. It doesn't matter if it was from 2 minutes ago or 8 hours ago. It doesn't matter even how obscure the fucking like gun page I'm following is. Like, they could literally only have like 20 followers, and this same person's liking all their pics. Like, they like every single pic on TaxSwap. Like, this person's fucking everywhere, and I swear to God, I don't think it's a real person. I think it's like some kind of computer program or bot that like literally searches for like a certain hashtag or something, and then follows like people, and then likes all their like anyone's pics like that they're following, or anyone with certain hashtags. Because like any hashtag where that has like gun or rifle or anything, this fucking person's liking their pics. And it's a chick, like, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how do you like? And like, it doesn't matter. It's like 24 hours a day. Like, I can be on at like 3 in the morning. Someone just barely posts a pic. They like it. It could be 3 in the afternoon. Someone posts a pic. They like it. Like, it doesn't matter time or day or not. Like, this person has to be a computer program or ATF or something, dude. Like, I shit you not. Wait, who are you talking about? I guess she got her identity back.
Oh, shit.
Is that the same? Are you talking about the same person I just posted it in the side there?
Hello, hello, people of the early morning.
Holy shit, Dano. Isn't it like 4:30 where you're at right now?
It's 3:15.
Oh, okay.
kind of half out of my mind.
What, did you just get off Ubering?
Yeah, a little bit ago.
So you had a busy night then, I take it, huh?
Slow start to the night. I actually thought I was going to come home early, but then all of a sudden it picked up, took off, and just kept going for the rest of the night.
Oh, you probably like that though. I mean,
But well, it's definitely good for a change because I've had a lot of really shitty nights. By shitty, I mean coming home, owing money.
yeah, that's not the way that you want to work, man.
No.
That'd be like me working at a gun store. Like every day I would come home owing money.
And then of course, I don't have to make big bucks. I just have to, turn out at the end of the night where I'm in the black, not the red. And that's enough to motivate me to go back the next day and give it another shot. It's hard to stay motivated, red night after red night. So just before I got here, sounds like you guys are having a pretty energetic conversation.
Oh yeah, like G-Webs was on a roll tonight, man. Like he was, dude. Him and Smeggy. Smeggy had some good one-liners too, man. Like Smeggy literally made me like spit my fucking drink out like everywhere, dude.
Yeah,
G-Webs was on the ball, dude. He had me rolling all night.
Yeah, whenever the Coke comes out of my nose, it's always a very pleasant experience. So, I may have misunderstood what you said, but so what are you thinking of trying to build your next AR variation?
Oh, well, I got one coming up either this Friday or next Friday. Just depends on like when these I bought the last thing I needed tonight, like my flashlight, because today was like my payday. So I bought the very last thing I needed tonight, which is the flashlight. So I should get that this week, and then everything else I've already bought, like the aim point cover and all that. So that's like my end of the world rifle I'm building, my new end of the world rifle.
Right.
So that I'm building, and then after that, I'm building. I've already started. I already have pieces for these builds, like the receivers and uppers and all that. But I still need a bunch more stuff, like barrels and bolt carrier groups and stuff. But a 6.5 Grendel and a 9mm AR, 9mm pistol AR, like a PDW type. Like I think I'm gonna do like that Law folding stock adapter, and like just a really short, like PDW type gun. Maybe something to keep in the car or something like that. And then a 6.5 Grendel with a 24-inch barrel for like long range. And then I also want to do a belt-fed upper AR, but that's going to be down the road. And then I also want to do a 7.62 by 39 AR with a dedicated AK style blower that takes the AK mags.
Right. So let me ask you a question, and I think this is kind of what you were leaning towards earlier, although again maybe I misunderstood. Is so on an AR pistol, how do you, for the purposes of staying legal, put a light on there that has a remote switch?
Well, I'd have to do it with the rail. Like Magpul makes a kit for M-LOK rails that will hold the pressure pad, and then there's adapters from other companies that will mount to the key mod on rails. So instead of putting it like on a vertical grip, the pressure pad goes right on the rail.
Okay, so does it go to the rail you're grabbing rather than to the pistol grip that you're holding in your hand?
Yes.
Okay. Are there ones that do go to the pistol grip?
Well, I know there's ones that go on the magwell. Like there's a grip you can put on the magwell, right? And that doesn't count as a vertical grip because I guess you can just grab the magwell just like you could that, you know? but it'll
Right.
have a couple finger grooves and it'll have a little spot for a light. Like MFT makes one, and I think maybe it's Tapco. I want to say makes one, but I know there's some like Magwell style grips that have that built into it, and you know, but I probably won't even put a light on that 9mm one. Like that thing's just going to be like just for like I'll probably hardly ever shoot it. I'll probably just go out and like function test it. Oh, it works, and then it'll just be like eye candy, take pictures of and to look at and to say I have one kind of thing.
So it's not a truck gun.
No, not. Well, I'm going to build it kind of like towards that purpose, right? Because like I'll build it. I'll build a lot of guns for like towards a purpose, but that doesn't mean I necessarily use them for that purpose. You know.
Right.
And like one thing about the pistol, like pistol builds, like I'd rather have a pistol build. Like I already have a truck gun, but it's in 5.56. You know, and I like the idea of having a 5.56 over a 9mm. You know.
Yeah.
But like in my state, we can't have rifles or shotguns loaded in our vehicles at all. But I can have a pistol fully loaded in my vehicle and concealed at all times.
There you go.
Yeah, so I don't want to like have a rifle as a truck gun and then have to worry about loading it and all that if I need it. I just want to grab it and be able to use it. And that's the advantage for where I live for a pistol. So I'll build it kind of towards that like mentality, I guess, or you know, that thought process, like, oh, like I'm going to build this towards being a truck gun, but I'm not necessarily going to use it as that.
Well, let me ask you a question. Ever since the SIG brace, which was, I don't know, kind of somewhat the first, what are the, I'm going to call lighter weight versions?
The CAC brace.
I'm sorry, the what?
The CAC, the KAK brace.
Okay, and I have not seen it, and I'm on my phone, so I can't like switch over and check it out.
Yeah, I have pictures on my Instagram and stuff. It's just it's called like the Shockwave stabilizer brace. And then a couple other companies, like even at SHOT Show this year, came out with some new ones. I want to say it was no, it wasn't Fax. It starts with an F. It wasn't Faxon, but like maybe it was Fax. I don't know. Some other company came out with a new one that looks really similar to a CAC. Another company came out with one that looks like it looks like a MFT minimalist stock. It looks like, but they're calling it somehow. They're like, oh, this is like a brace, and it's like, and then another company has one that looks like the Troy PDW or Armaspec or MVB, like adjustable stocks. They have those two bars that go along the side of every of the receiver, and they collapse super short, and they take a much shorter buffer tube. But somehow they got that approved as a brace, right? And it's adjustable. And I thought braces couldn't be adjustable, like, you know, on the like. So I don't know. Maybe it takes a special tool to adjust it, like so you can't just do it super quick. I don't know how they're working that, but it looks like a Troy PDW stock, but it's a brace. So I saw like at least 4 new braces come out at SHOT Show this year. But like SIG has like their Gen 1, Gen 2, and then they have that new M4 type brace. That from the side, it kind of looks like a Magpul stock. So there's like definitely a lot of new braces out, but the CAC one is kind of like that's been the real popular one over the last year or so.
Right. And
And
what
that
does
one's super light. That CAC brace probably weighs like 5 ounces or something or less. Probably like 4 or 5 ounces.
And what does that tend to run as compared to the original?
Oh, I got my CAC braces. I think I paid like $35 for each of them.
Now, what kind of material are they made out of?
Just a polymer, just like a regular stock.
Is it a hard,
Yeah,
potentially
it's hard,
fracturable type material?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. It's not soft like a SIG brace. It's more like a stock.
It's got zero
It
give.
looks just like a stock. Like, can you see my screen, Dano?
I could just see your icon. It won't show me.
I'm going to screen share here for you so you can see what it looks like. Let me see here. Let me close this, close that. Okay. Screen share is right there. Entire screen, share. Okay. So there's one on a rifle.
Oh, okay.
So it looks a lot like a shock, but this whole bottom part down there, if you can see my cursor, is like super thin. It's only like maybe a 1/4 inch thick. So it's not wide like a stock at the bottom at all. You know, this whole bottom piece, that the blade part that kind of comes down from the buffer tube, that's only like a 1/4 inch thick, the whole thing. So it's not wide like a stock. It's super thin. But they have ones now that are approved that are like super wide.
Okay, that at least have like 3/8 of an inch width at the butt end, rather than sticking a blade into your oops.
Oh, like no, like more like a like more like an inch width. You know,
okay.
Like yeah, they're more just like a regular stock, an inch, inch and a quarter. And I don't know, like I said, I don't know how they got those approved, but I'm sure that they found some sort of way. But I saw like 4 or 5 new braces come out at SHOT Show this year. So there's definitely like there's one on a Glock, there's a CAC on a Glock.
Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in the concept. Unfortunately, with my training class and some other things, now is not a good time financially for me to do it. But I do have a extra low-end complete AR-15 lower due to my other actions of upgrading my other one that I could sell and then literally get a parts for a lower pistol, with the idea of having that brace, but has a little bit of a width to it, so it's not going to dig directly into me.
And see, like the SIG brace relies on friction. Like you literally got to like coat the tube with like baby powder or something, right? Or lube it up to get that thing on, right? And then it's a bitch to ever take it off. Well, the CAC brace has like a little metal kind of set screw in it. Then it has like a brass sleeve, which I'm not too keen about. That's basically glued in the bottom of the stock. And then this is a CAC tube, and you can see all the different adjustments, those little dimples in the tube right there. Well, then that brace, that little set screw basically just sits in the dimple, and then that locks the stock in a certain position, like how the length you want. But I got 2 of these CAC tubes in a row, and they were garbage. I mean, the machining inside of them was just horribly machined, dude. Like really bad. I mean, the worst buffer tubes I've ever bought were these ones. And then I commented about it on like someone's page or something, and CAC responded to me like, "Oh yeah, like we had a bad run of them, and you know," I'm like, "But like it's been fixed, right?" But they didn't comment like, "Oh yeah, send your shit back to us and we'll fix it for you. Like we'll replace it for you." So it's like, okay, fuck you. But I just took a regular pistol buffer tube and I dimpled it myself, and it works great.
A very half-hearted.
Yeah, so I don't recommend their buffer tubes, but I like that CAC brace. I do like. I think it's better than the SIG brace. It's not near as heavy or bulky. And oh look, there's a side folder right there. So see, that's what I'm going to do with my pistol, the 9mm, is do this side folder, and then with the CAC brace.
Right now, the other thing that I'm kind of wondering is, because AR pistols are now a few years old and they've lost the ooh, look, it's new sort of thing. If maybe there were 1 or 2 new things introduced to SHOT that somehow just didn't get any video time. As far as
I don't know,
the brace part. And the other is that what is currently the state of affairs over on the AK pistol side? And does the AR pistol still have kind of a little bit of a lead in that respect, or not?
I think it might have a. I don't know. It like. I don't know. That's hard. I don't know enough about the AK pistols, because basically you can buy an AK pistol that's just like good to go, like right out of the box, right? And AR pistols, like guys, like companies that are selling AR pistols, there's not a lot of companies out there. Like I don't even know if Bravo Company sells an AR pistol. like
Mhm.
and
They
stuff
do.
like they do.
Yeah.
I just don't see as many people like pushing AR pistols in companies, so I don't know. I just don't think it's like I think when people think pistol, they're like, "Oh, I got my Glock." Like they're not like, "Oh, like AR pistol." Like I'd rather have a Glock as a handgun. But so I don't know. And for a short barrel, I do like the idea of a heavier grain projectile like a 7.62, than a 5.56. But
Yeah,
still, I
it's-
prefer a 5.56 way long before like a 9mm or something.
yeah,
Just
even if I had the money, uh, barring some true miracle, there will never be SBRs where I live. So that's why I really only have one choice, and that's either an AR AK pistol.
Or
It's
if you're
some-
like me and you refuse to give the ATF $200 for an infringement, so you refuse to buy tax stamps because you already feel like you're being infringed upon, so you refuse to give them your money, then you basically have to be like, oh, okay, AR pistol, So
Mhm. There is that. But see, in my state, because we allow literally 0 NFA items, it would stick out like a sore thumb at the outdoor range.
but what if the NFA is repealed? Then, right? Then you'd be
Yeah.
okay.
So there's a chance, but it's not as great of a chance as, let's say, the Hearing Protection Act, which stands a much better
It's
chance.
funny you mentioned that because I got into an argument the other day on Instagram with a guy who customized his CAC brace. Like if you look at the pic right here, you see how this AR is like all customized. Like he cut out the inside of that CAC brace.
Right.
See that? Well, all he did was just cut out this little like polymer section right here, and that one, right? But if you go to the ATF's website, the actual ATF website, and you read the laws on the braces, okay? Not an opinion letter, but like
He messed with it, so that's bad, right?
yeah, it literally says like any alteration, like it doesn't say any alteration to make it an SBR. Like it literally says like any cosmetic alteration to the brace. Like even cutting off this very top piece for your sling, the very on top of it is considered an alteration. And like
right. So
if you alter it at all, it doesn't matter if it alters it in a way that makes it so you can shoulder it or it makes it this or that. It doesn't list any of that. It literally says if you fucking touch this thing from the way it comes, like you can be charged with like making an SBR. Like so I'm telling this guy, dude, like I want to be posting pictures of that shit on Instagram, and I want to be doing that shit, dude. Like for real, man. Like and then like I literally was like copying and pasting the wording from the ATF website, like directly from the ATF website. And I'm like,
Right.
I'm not saying you not to do it, man. I'm just saying like be careful because if you read what it says right here, you're breaking the fucking law, dude. Like, so,
yeah. The one piece, along with modifying your sear, you don't want to be screwing with.
yeah, like if the ATF says don't do this, don't fucking do it, dude. It's not worth the jail time or the hassle, or like you might be able to go to court and you might be able to talk a judge into okay, like he really wasn't doing anything that bad. He wasn't making a SBR. But like what kind of headache and hassle and legal fees and time is that shit gonna take?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, I'd be much more interested in buying the one that came closest to fitting my needs at that time, unaltered.
Oh yeah, pretty much.
But unfortunately, that means that I have to limit my choices to 3 or 4 of what's normal.
Like in the wording on the ATF website, it mentions a strap being attached to the brace to tie to your forearm, right? To help stabilize it for one-handed shooting. So when you cut off that top piece of the brace, well, that's where the strap goes. So now that the brace no longer has the ability to like hold the strap, well, guess what? You just made a stock. And now you have a stock on your fucking pistol. And now guess what? You just made an SBR because you have a stock on your pistol. Now guess what? Now you're serving 5 to 10 with Big Bubba. Like, like what is it worth that just for a fucking Instagram pic or to lighten your stock by a half ounce or your brace by half an ounce or Like, dude, it's. I mean, I was just trying to like reason with the guy doing like, dude, it's not worth it. Like, just throw that thing away and put a regular brace on it. Like,
I often wonder if people are simply just voicing their extreme frustration with the stupidity of the way these things come about, rather than what they would actually do under calmer circumstances.
yeah, I want to read two things right from the ATF website, and then you tell me what you think about customizing that brace like that. The intent of the buffer tube forearm brace is to facilitate one-handed firing of the AR-15 pistol for those with limited strength or mobility due to a handicap. It is also performs the function of sufficiently padding the buffer tube in order to reduce bruising to the forearm while firing with one hand. Sliding and securing the brace onto one's forearm and latching the Velcro straps distributes the weight of the weapon evenly and assures a snug fit. Therefore, it is no longer necessary to dangerously muscle this large pistol during the one-handed aiming process, and recoil is dispersed significantly, resulting in a more accurate shooting without compromising safety or comfort. That's the description of a pistol brace on the ATF website. Now, here's what the ATF says about like altering the brace. ATF hereby confirms that if used as designed to assist shooters in stabilizing a handgun while shooting with a single hand, the device is not considered a shoulder stock and therefore may be attached to a handgun without making a NFA firearm. However, ATF has received numerous inquiries regarding alternate uses for this device, including use as a shoulder stock. Because the NFA defines both rifle and shotgun to include any weapon designed or redesigned, made or remade, intended to be fired from the shoulder, any person who redesigns a stabilizing brace for use as a shoulder stock makes it an NFA item. Okay, and then it says, where does it? Then it says about altering it is, let's see. Okay, a pistol. Okay, this pistol stabilizing brace was neither shoulder stock. Let me find the part that says about altering it. 1 second. Size. Yes. Regular shoulder. Let's see. Let me find the part that talks about redesigning it.
No rush.
Where is it at? Oh god, there's too many paragraphs in this ATF thing. Well, basically it says on here, like, if you alter or redesign it, it literally says that. So like that's altering it, like, and you cut that off. Well, guess what? Now you can't have Velcro straps, and you alter it. Like, it's not worth the risk, dude. Like, I just don't get these people doing this.
The strap. I do have another question, if you're there still.
Yeah.
Is in Illinois, we have a bill that's coming up here in regards to possibly getting in Illinois suppressors to be allowed in the state, meaning they still be an NFA, but at least they would be allowed. Right now, we're allowed 0. If that passes, that obviously that opens the door to a couple of things. And the question I have is on pistols. I know because I've seen pistols that come with the suppressor barrel and the screw-on cap. Obviously, it's obviously I don't know if it's a 1/2 inch longer or exactly what the measurement is, but it's longer and it has a cap. Is for a barrel that does not have that. Does someone make I'm gonna call it adapter because I don't know what to call it, where you can take a standard barrel, drill out part of the inside and thread it, so that adapter would screw into your existing barrel from the inside, obviously reducing a little bit of the length of your barrel as far as the rifling. But then the outside portion would be the normal connection to a suppressor. Of course, you still have a protection nut for when you're not using a suppressor. Or you literally have to get barrels that are a little longer and already have
externally threaded. Well, I know they have made guns with internally threaded barrels. I've seen a 1911 with an internally threaded barrel. And then you have to use an adapter, which basically comes out of that internally threaded barrel and then goes to the correct size for the suppressor. So you really don't save any length because it's the same as the first place, as that half-inch longer, or most threaded barrels are only 5/8 of an inch longer, 5/8 of an inch of threading.
The core of my question is, A, does such a thing exist, which I think you've answered, and B, is it cheaper than just simply buying a threaded barrel?
No, and it's not. No, because like I've only seen it on a 1911.
Okay, so for whatever pistols I would want, I would need to buy a threaded pistol for each one.
Yep.
Okay. I was just thinking that if one was 75 and another one was 150,
Well, I'm not saying they don't make other ones. I've only ever seen them I've only seen one internally threaded barrel, and that was on a 1911. And that was actually, and that one took like a special suppressor that like actually screwed into it to make it like a super tight fit. And that suppressor actually matched the lines of the slide. So when you screwed that suppressor on, it actually looked like just a really long barrel 1911. And I think that was like kind of more like a custom job thing. So I don't even think it's a thing, dude. Like that doing that, because you're gonna you're gonna weaken the end of your barrel by doing that, by removing that material.
True.
And I don't think it's a thing. Yeah. So I would just go with the regular external threaded barrel, and for most pistols, barrels are pretty easy to swap out back and forth if you didn't want that longer barrel all the time.
Yeah. The hassle. It's just about how to make it a little bit less expensive if you have several pistols that you want to do this to that might be able to share the same can.
Yeah, I don't really see any plausible way to really get around just getting a pistol with an externally threaded barrel.
Okay. Well,
and it's easy like on ARs, because ARs or like a lot of other rifles are, already threaded, and then you can just buy a special muzzle device. Put that same muzzle device, like a Surefire, like SOCOM series muzzle device, on all your ARs or all your rifles, and then you can use that one can and it will just basically clip right onto that muzzle device, right? So, and then it's just easy on and off. And that's what I see guys who are using one suppressor for like a bunch of different rifles, but for pistols, and then pistols are going to have different threads on the end of the externally threaded barrel. Like a 9mm, I think, is really going to have a 1/2x28 thread. And then I've also seen 9mm with a 5/8 thread. And then 40s, I think, are like a 5/8 thread. And then I think 45s are even a larger thread than that. I see it, so even that might not work. You're might even be able to use the same can unless that can comes with special adapters, like that Osprey can. So then you're going to be messing with your can, changing adapters on it to fit all these different pistols. Now, if all your pistols were 9mm, well, then there you go, because you can have all the same threading for your barrels. But if you're wanting different calibers, then you're going to have to buy a can that one of those Osprey cans, or I'm sure that other companies make a can that work for a whole bunch of different calibers too. But But I see that kind of being a hassle too, because the outside threading diameter of all your pistol barrels are all pretty much all going to be different. I think going from caliber to caliber to caliber.
Yeah.
But then I'm sure you can buy an adapter that'll change a 9mm barrel or a 40 barrel or something to the same thread diameter as a 45, and then you can just use your 45 can on everything.
It would be a 9. It just I could have the again in my mind. I could have I don't know how deep it needs to go, but let's say the last half inch of the rifling would be removed and threaded on the inside. But obviously, you'd have to make the hole slightly bigger to accommodate the threads, so that the 9mm projectile would go unhindered as it goes through the adapter and then interacts with the suppressor device. But if it's not cost effective, then it's pretty clear. It's just there was something that I could literally do now, while things are up in the air, and if nothing changes, nothing changes. But at least I could have a couple just prepared.
Daniel, where you're at right now, can you can you make your own 80% guns? Can you make your own firearm? If you bought an 80%.
I don't have the machinery.
I know. I'm just saying, could you, if you had everything in the world, would it be legal for you to make your own AR-15? Out of an 80% lower or out of an 80% Glock frame or something? Could you make your own gun in Chicago?
Need to double check it, but I'm not aware why I couldn't.
Okay, so if suppressors, if the NFA is repealed or the Hearing Protection Act goes through, either one, okay? So either one, suppressors aren't going to be an NFA item. They're not going to be anything other than just a hunk of metal. Or two, they're going to be considered a gun. So worst case scenario, if they're considered a firearm, because the National Firearms Act or the National Hearing Protection Act goes through, so that now they're considered a gun. Well, us as Americans in most free states are allowed to make our own guns. So that means that you'll be able to make suppressors at home in your garage. Literally an aluminum tube, some freeze plugs, bam. So you'll be able to make a suppressor for every one of your guns. I'm talking for under $30. And these aren't going to be shitty suppressors, because I'll tell you right now, the very first suppressors that were made were just basically an aluminum tube and freeze plugs, and they work very well. They might not work as great as the $600 Surefire or something, because those have different baffle designs, but a very simple design of just basically a tube and freeze plugs works very well. So you'd be literally for under $30, you could make your own suppressor in an afternoon, and for every single one of your guns. So you could have a suppressor for every one of your guns for under $30 each. So if the National Firearms Act goes through and they're considered a gun, we're allowed to make our own guns in most free states. You're allowed to make your own firearm. And, and that's all it's going to be. So we'll just be able to make our own suppressors. You won't have to go to a store to buy them or anything like that. And they're so easy and cheap to make. A lot of the cheap suppressors out on the market right now that cost $200 or $300, that's still what they are, is the original design, which is just freeze plugs and a tube. It's so just hope that either the NFA is repealed or the National Firearms Act goes through, and either one of those goes through, you'll be able to make your own suppressors at home. It won't be a big deal. And that's what I'm going to do if one of those goes through. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm just going to make my own. I'm not even going to worry about trying to buy one or anything like that, or spend that kind of money. I'm just going to make my own. I'll be perfectly happy with it because I know it's going to do what I want it to do.
Gotcha.
So that's what I'm looking forward to. Like either one. I want the NFA repealed so we get like our actual rights back, you know? Like that's what I want to see happen. But like I said, worst case comes to worst. If that doesn't go through, from what I'm hearing, the Hearing Protection Act is going to go through. And if that goes through, then yeah, like either one, we'll just be able to make our own guns and maybe not all states like California, but in most states, we'll be able to, because it won't be an NFA item anymore. It'll just be a firearm.
Well, all right. Well, everyone else pretty much half asleep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I got my question answered. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and take off then.
All right, man.
Since everybody else seems to be rather quiet at the moment. And we will catch you on another day. You have a good
All right,
one.
have a good night, Dennis. What the hell? Why do I gotta sign into Instagram? What trigger is in that, August? Oh, Zev Ultimate Trigger Kit. See, I like that grip angle. That looks more like that Lone Wolf. I like that more 1911 grip angle. Wait, no way.
Where'd Dano go?
He was tired, I think. Went to bed.
Yeah, he's old. I don't know what time I fell asleep tonight. Maybe like 6:30, and I woke up at like 1:30.
Dude, there's a restaurant that offers a Trump pizza. Oh shit! Oh my god, dude! Half of it's Mexican style pizza, and the other half is a bacon cheeseburger pizza, and it's separated by a wall of mozzarella sticks. Shit. Oh.
I would eat that pizza.
Oh, dude, it actually looks really fucking good. Dude. And I'm like, dude, like, where do I get this at? Like they don't even tell the name of the place. Like, I'm trying to read in the comments to see like what actual restaurant is this? Oh, then the guy says, but who's paying for the mozzarella sticks? Shit.
It's funny.
Yeah, that's the best post on Instagram today. Like, that's the best one. Did you hear that shit about Sarah Silverman saying like what we need to do is get the military on our side and then we can overthrow the government? And
Yeah. I bet
was that real or what?
Well, yeah, she's a real idiot.
Well, I didn't know if like some people like fake Twitter comments and shit. So sometimes like all that shit's not okay. I didn't know.
Yeah. Mark Dice, Sarah Silverman, anti-Trump meltdown. Yeah. Like the military can't wait to get behind Sarah Silverman.
I saw a thing today that said, I can't remember what artist it was, but whoever's playing at the Super Bowl is planning like an anti-Trump rant. And who knows if that's true either. Like, I can't even remember who the artist was, but I guess whoever's doing the halftime show is planting an anti-Trump rant at the halftime Super Bowl. Like, I would like to think that maybe like a lot of football fans were probably like for Trump, because I think that they just might be that type of people. So I see like a lot of shit getting thrown during halftime.
Yeah, but the only people that watch the halftime show are like kids and wives.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they're like, we'll just brainwash the kids and the wives. Just the dudes watching the sports don't matter. Sarah Silverman, she made the Black NRA video back in the day.
What's that?
She made this video called the Black NRA.
What? I never heard about that.
Yeah. I don't even remember what the hell it was about.
Like, do you know where I know Sarah Silverman from? Like, I know her from Star Trek Voyager. No, she was like in one episode of Star Trek Voyager, and every time I see her, I'm like, oh, like that's the chick who is like had a guest spot on Voyager. Like, that's like the only place I know her for. Like, that's.
I thought she was always.
Oh no, I think the fucking
John Silverman. John Silverman's untalented or less talented sister. It's not like John Silverman's doing anything nowadays. No Weekend at Bernie's 3 anytime soon.
Shit, I think I saw the first one when I was like really young, and I don't even know if I ever saw the second one or not. That's like one of those movies you watch once and then like you don't ever need to see it again. Like you're like, okay, like oh, they made a second one. Like what more can they do with a dead guy dragging him around? Like
It was pretty bad. Did you see the second RP9 video?
no, I don't think I did.
His second one works.
Oh, okay. Like, so what did they do? Like, have their custom gunsmiths like totally like actually go through the gun instead of just giving them one off the line?
He said he bought them both. He bought them both from the one from a gun shop and one from his own distributor. I never watched the first video. I just saw the second one today.
Like, what gun does the RP9 remind you of when you look at it?
Like a Sigma with a PPQ slide.
Like, I keep thinking it looks like just like some other gun, and I can't quite place it.
M&P.
No, that's not quite it. Like, for some reason, like Ruger's or not like it's like a is it like it looks to me like it's like the Ruger SR series. It looks a lot like those, but there's some other gun that I'm like every time I see that RP9, I'm like, dude, that looks just like some other gun that like didn't work, like they only made for a little while, like someone else, like, and I can't quite place it. Like, it was some kind of like Hudson gun or something. You know, it was like a gun that like came out. It was only around for like a year or two or something, maybe. Like didn't have any success. So like a lot of them were lemons, and I swear to God, like I'm gonna find that gun. I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna be like, dude, look, it's the same fucking gun. All Remington did was like buy the rights to it. Like I'm gonna prove it. Like there was some gun that came out at SHOT Show maybe 8 years ago or some shit. It had some hype like the Hudson, and like people are like, oh yeah, this is gonna be a great gun. It was like some like unknown company that just came out of nowhere like Hudson, and like it's the same gun. Like I swear to God, it's the same fucking gun, dude. It's like the whatever 2000, you know, Croatian XD, or like it's like it's like there's some other company who made this gun, and then Remington just bought the rights. I don't even think they designed it. I don't think they did anything, and I've been waiting for someone to come out and say like, oh, like this is like Remington's new version, like of this like failed gun, like. But I haven't been able to place it yet. What was the big gun at SHOT Show last year? Was it that Rec Zero? Was that last year or the year before?
The Rex 1 or
Or
whatever.
the Rex? Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, see, like that's not even like a popular gun.
But yeah, it wasn't big or anything.
Well, I remember it kind of being big, like at the like during the SHOT Show, just like the Hudson, but it never turned into anything, right? Like I don't see guys posting that gun on Instagram or people buying those and shit.
I think Kavar just started getting them. They started posting them on their Instagram
the
past couple weeks. It's like a SIG with a decocker and a safety. So there's like 9
Pretty much
on the side of it.
And I think the Rex Zeros like actually like work. I think that like everything I've heard about them, that they're like actually a good gun, but I don't see them being popular. Like But maybe it's because they haven't like imported them yet, or like, they're just getting them in or whatever. So that could be it. Maybe I got to give that gun more time, but I recall that gun getting like some very high reviews.
There was another pistol at SHOT Show. I don't think it was this year, but last year. Uh, it was a Radom pistol, a Polish pistol. I don't think they ever started selling them here, but it looked cooler than the Rex one. What the fuck was that gun?
I remember something like that too, but I can't recall what it looks like. Let's see, Radom pistol. Let's look. It'll probably show me a bunch of old ones. Yeah, it's showing me all a bunch of old ones.
I put SHOT Show 2016 and got this image of the Radom PR-15. It has, I guess that's the safety. It's a weird safety.
Radom PR-15. Oh, that looks a lot like a SIG.
And it kind of looks like the Rex without a decocker.
The Ragun. I guess that's the Ragun. Ragun. The Ragun. Radom, I've seen, like, is supposed to make some like really neat shit like we never see.
Yeah.
What do you think of that AK Magpul furniture? Any good?
Nah.
Yeah.
I don't like the way it looks.
Who makes good furniture for the AK?
I don't know. Depends on what you want, I guess. I
don't even know what the fuck I want. I just want to be able to shoot it, I guess. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to spend a ton of money. Like, I want it like the same price as Magpul furniture or less. Like I would be okay with like wood, but I don't want to get like shitty wood. Like that's like ugly color or condition. Like,
what did you
I want
get at
something.
AK?
I bought that kit the other day from Palmetto, the
Oh, okay.
379, the 379 Glem kit.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be showing up at my FFL probably, like, I don't know, probably not even next week, probably the week after, since it's coming from Palmetto. So probably a couple weeks and it'll be showing up, and then I'll get to build an AK. Well, not, I guess it's already pretty much built. I guess I'll get to assemble an AK.
They got the whole furniture kit on KVAR for the Arsenal, the ones that Arsenal uses. And then they
Is that
got
just the
versions of
polymer?
them that, yeah, polymer stock, polymer handguard.
Okay.
And grip and whatnot. Stock sets.
It's funny you search Radom pistol, and like it's funny all the different guns that actually pop up under images. Like Desert Eagles, the Hudson, like Bushmaster ACRs, like fucking just like all sorts of like guns that aren't Radoms are like popping up under Google Images.
Wait, this regular black one is $106.
For the whole kit?
Yeah, for the front handguard.
So that means I would be in it
stock.
410. That means I'd be in that AK like 520.
But you might be able to get stuff like this cheaper. Somewhere else.
Well, still compared to what AKs are still selling for here, like 520 back, because they're still selling for 600 plus. Well, like cheap ass ones, like Century, like whatever's, are still selling for 600 plus. So, you know, like even like Wassers are still 700 here. Fucking OPAP's 850. So 520 for an AK is still pretty good. Like the only AKs I can't even find an IO for sale here for that price. Like even IO AKs here are like, you know, selling for 600 bucks. I don't know. I want IO's new little pistol though, man. I want their new little pistol. That's
The little NAA thing.
Yeah, dude. It looks sweet. It's kind of hard to fuck up that design, to fuck up a revolver, you know? It really is. Like, and the designs have been around for so long and everything. It's just really hard to fuck that up, but they did some really neat little things with it, like that large hammer spur, the wider grip to make it easier to hold on to. It has a little teeny tiny like Picatinny rail. They're supposed to be making accessories that fit. It's like a miniature Picatinny rail. Like I can't remember if he said it was like half size or 1/3 size, but it has like a little tiny Picatinny rail, and then they'll have attachments of like lights or whatever that'll fit that. So I just think it's neat. I like those little guns. Like supposedly they're supposed to be coming out for like around 200 bucks. So
Just that 22 LR.
I think they had them in 22 LR and 22 Magnum. I think. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But I was watching G-Web's. I watched G-Web's video on it. I was just like, damn, dude, that thing looks fucking cool. Like that large hammer spur is what really, I think, did it for me, and the wider grip. And then I'll be able to tell people I own an IO. I'll be like, you own a piece of shit IO? And I'll be like, yeah, dude, I love it. And the whole time they won't even know I'm talking about a little minigun. They'll think I'm talking about an AK, and I'll get a troll.
I'll buy one if they make a short, 22 short version. I still have like a shitload of 22 short for no reason.
I like 22 shorts, man. You got like a mouse in your garage or some shit.
Oh yeah.
You don't got worry about putting like holes in things or.
There's no noise.
Yeah. That's a completely viable, like, Yeah, I'll tell you what, I'd rather use a 22 short than like that snake shot shit. Like even out of like the 9mm or 40 or 45.
Yeah.
Like that shit literally has like no range, dude. Like no power. Like I've shot paper from like 15 feet away and like there's not even holes in the paper and shit. It's like, what? Where did it go? Like, I mean, that shit's just like, I don't know, man. Like you would have to like literally like point the gun, I think, like a foot away from a fucking snake's head to actually like kill a snake with that 22 long rifle snake shot. I don't know. It might be different out of a rifle, but when I've shot that shit out of a pistol, it's like, that stuff's so weak. What I think it is I think it's like that little blue capsule that holds that snake shot in. I think it's like not powerful enough to like blast that away. So like when you shoot, like all that snake shot like mostly just stays. Like granted, like some of it might come out, but I'm thinking like a lot of that snake shot just like stays in that little blue capsule. I would like to see some high speed footage of that being shot to see what happens.
I shot it at some paper at the range with a 22 LR mare's leg, like real close up. It didn't even look like it barely damaged the target.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying. Like it's like where I'd rather use a 22 short.
Like I could pick the little shards of lead off of the top of the paper.
Yep. And I've always shot the like the CCI brand stuff with the little blue, but I know it's like either probably Federal or Winchester, maybe Remington. They make some 22R snake shot where it's an all brass case, but then the brass case is like crimped on the end. So you can't even see the little shot shell. That's supposed to be some kind of like, instead of like snake shot, I think they advertise it as like bird shot, like even or something. I don't know. Like, what kind of bird are you shooting with this shit from what kind of distance? Like, if you got like I'm thinking like, gee, if I really have to like to shoot a bird with this shit, I'm probably good. Like, we'll be able to reach out and grab it. I'll be able to knife it. Like, and then you only have one shot. So if I got to shoot a rattlesnake with that shit, you only have one shot because it's not cycling any action. Like, it's not like, so you only have like one shot, like right away. Like, I don't know. I'd rather have like 22 shorts. I think it's time I need new glasses. So I know what I'm inventing next, dude. Have you seen that Surefire Warden?
No.
It's like, like the blast forwarding devices, like this, like the tubes that go over your flash hider or your muzzle brakes or flash hiders.
Yeah.
Like Indian Creek Designs, and there's all sorts of companies out there making them. No one fucking makes one that attaches to a regular A2, especially with like a quick release. Like you can get the Indian Creek design one, which you put on, and then you put the A2 on over the top of like the sleeve basically, or whatever it is, and then it's like threaded behind the A2, and then you unscrew like the actual like can part. But no one makes one that just attaches to a normal A2. So when you don't want it out on there, you don't have to like have it fucking on there. Like, but I know they make suppressors that are like quick detach that basically ratchet on to an A2. And so like I want to like look at one of those suppressors on how they actually ratchet on to an A2 and then be like, okay, they use like this kind of like ball detent design or something. You ratchet it and the balls drop down into the flash holes or however it works, or maybe to like the collar behind the flash holes, and then be like, okay, like this is how they made it. Then I'm going to make one, but instead of a suppressor, it's just going to be a blast forwarding device like the Warden, because the Warden's a quick detach on and off, but it only works with the Surefire brakes. And but I want to make one just like the Warden. That's a quick ratcheting type on and off system, but that just goes on a normal A2. And I'm like, gee, they have a suppressor that does that ratchets onto an A2, like with no other special attachments. Like, how come no one's made a fucking blast forwarding device that does this? Like, duh. Like, what the fuck? Like, how many guys just have A2s and would love just to be able to quickly attach a blast forwarding device while they're shooting? Like, you know, like what the fuck? So like I want to make one of those, but I want to see what, like, because I know there's already like a proven system out there that fucking works if they're using a suppressor on it, you know. So I want to see how that's actually built. I need to get my hands on one of those suppressors. I need to find someone who has one and go look at it and see how that system works.
I think Z has one on his.
He has the suppressor that just fucking like ratchets to a regular A2.
Not a suppressor, but a some kind of clamp on blast shield thing.
Oh, really? That's a clamp on?
Yeah, I don't know if it clamps on, but he can definitely like take it on and off whenever he wants. It's not like tightened on there with the
It's hard like searching for this shit on Google because there's so many different names: blast forwarding device, diffuser, deflector, like you know. So it's like hard. Like,
yeah, I don't know exactly which one he has, but if when you see him, ask him. He might have pictures of it or something on his page, on his Gun Channels channel.
because I was like searching. I've been searching the last couple of days for all the different types of blast forwarding devices because I figured for sure. Like I was like thinking, man, like literally, like there's no one that makes an A2 quick detach like blast forwarding device. Like, you know, like what the fuck? Like that just doesn't seem like why? Like, you know, I just couldn't believe it. And I've been like searching and searching and searching. I've searched YouTube, I've searched Google. I asked some friends, and everyone's like, "No, dude, I've never seen one." Like, you know, that they've all said that. Oh, I've seen a suppressor that attaches to an A2, but yeah, Griffin Armament makes an A2 suppressor that attaches to a suppressor, or to a suppressor that attaches to an A2. I think Surefire makes one.
Yeah.
I would just really like to see how their Crux Suppressors makes one. There's like a bunch of different companies. Oh, here's some better picks right here. So that just slides down onto the suppressor. It's just a collar. And then how does it lock in place? I see. Oh, okay. So that one has, I see. So you slip this one over, like a little collar pops up. Like, check this shit out. I'll screen share this shit. Like, this is okay. This is cool. This is exactly what I'm going to make right here. I'm just gonna like totally rip off their design. Oh. Okay, you see this?
Yep.
So like that little collar, like you slide that over the A2 and you push that down, and that clamps onto these ridges back here on the A2, and then it looks like this piece like screws over the top and locks this in place. Like, see that round part right there in the back?
Yeah.
So this threaded collar screws over that round part, which locks this down onto the A2, and that's all it is. For this one, for this particular one. That's the same one. Here, let's see here. Yeah, so see, that's the same design. Oh, that's how I want. That's what I want to make a blast shield. That works that same way.
Because Griffin Armament makes a blast shield, but it doesn't look like it works that way.
No, I already looked at their blast shield earlier.
So this blast shield Optimus A2 mount.
Yep. that one only works with their muzzle brake.
Okay.
And I want one that works for this a regular A2. But see, that's all I'm going to do is like just, oh, look, here's a different style one right here. Look at that clamp. Flash hider QD. But see, I'm basically going to rip off that design. Oh, look, there's kind of one. That one just like, I guess, slides over. I don't know how that one locks. I don't know what the fuck that is. Maybe that's just like a cover. But I'm going to totally rip off this design, dude. Like, that's awesome. That's all I got to do is rip off this design. Just yep. And then I'll have a blast forwarding device that attaches to an A2. That's not an A2. Oh, here's another one. Gemtech Halo. Look at that one. That one has like 2 swing arms. And then it just folds over the A2, and then that little like dowel pin piece like just clips onto the other swing arm, and then boom. Standard A2 FH. So Gemtech makes one. Surefire makes one. Griffin Armament makes one. So yeah, so like out of all these companies that, look, there's a different one. Silencer Shop Authority. Or no, Gemtech.
Is the Griffin QD one only for their brake too?
That's what I think I read earlier when I was researching it. That one is only for their brake, not their A2. That one like hooks right to their brake. But think of all the guys that have A2s. Like most of my ARs only have A2s. So if I had a blast forwarding device that could like this quickly, like this one, just quickly push it on and off, that fit on an A2, like I could use that just that one blast forwarding device for like all my ARs. Like, and then I'll just rip off their design, like, and like barely change something on it, right? And then be like, hey, like, and then I'll get a patent on it, and then sell it to everyone because everyone has A2s.
I think it fits. I think the which is it? The QD one fits on regular A2s.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
Flash hider QD mount. That one's like a whole separate collar that doesn't even swing off. Like, I can't find a blast forwarding device that does it, but I'll look at the Griffin one. Let's see here. Griffin. Oh, fuck that up. Let's see. Okay. So it's not going to be under silencers, muzzle devices. Okay. The taper mount blast shield. Now you said it was the QD one.
Yeah.
QD blast shield.
Yep.
I only want the QD blast shield. Compensating flash hider. QD mechanism is fast, positive, and free aware prone geometry coming. The QD blast shield also comes with a shim set, an oval travel stop to retrofit your A2 compensator for optimal use. Okay. Wait, A2 compensator. Okay, A2 spec blueprint divisions, although many companies, not all of them are dimensioned properly. Okay. Okay. So there's a company. Okay, fuck, I didn't see this earlier.
That might be the one somebody has. So that's the only one I can find.
Okay, I guess someone does make one, so it looks like I gotta get this now. 150 bucks, holy shit. Man, 150 bucks.
Everything's Griffin. What is this Indian Creek one?
That's the one that sits behind, like you gotta thread on a piece behind the A2.
Oh yeah, that's
So unless you buy a whole bunch of extra pieces, like you can't just switch it from gun to gun. And I don't want to buy like a whole fucking like bunch of them. I just want like one to go back and forth because they definitely make a fucking difference, you know? Like the one that I built on that 18-inch or the muzzle brake I bought on that 18-inch that's threaded that takes that blast shield. Like there's a huge difference between that thing on and off. Like especially if you're in an indoor range, holy shit, it's a night and day difference. Like I'm gonna have to watch some videos on this.
Oh, if you scroll down to the bottom of this page, I'm about to link. I don't know if it's the very... No, it's like the middle. It shows like the whole locking system and the latch. And it looks basically just like the one you were talking about on the suppressors.
Oh, yep. Yep, it does. It is like the same. It's just like the suppressor. I wonder how that shim kit though. It says because it talks about the retrofit shim kit. So I wonder if like you have to like, you don't have to put the shims on behind the A2, right?
I wonder if you just fit them in there and then just slide that in and push the thing up until it fits.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah. I need to watch a video on like someone installing this on an A2. Griffin.
I think these are just videos of this dude shooting it on this web page.
Griffin QD Blush. Griffin QD Blush.
I'm going to jump out of here. I'm going to go back to sleep before the sun comes up.
All right, man. Take it easy.
All right. I'll catch you later.